all my fault. I drove Spider-Man away. Spider-Man was a hero. I just couldn't see it. He was a thief! A criminal! He stole my suit! He's a menace to the entire city! I want that wall-crawling arachnid prosecuted! I want him strung up by his web! I want Spider-Man!
Hello and welcome to Cut the Kragle on what is a glorious sunny Bank Holiday Monday here in Wales. I know it's early for some of us in the US, some of you in the US rather, but I wanted to stream today and this felt like a good as time as any. It's a lovely Bank Holiday Monday. I should be down the beach enjoying the rare sunshine, the big strange orange thing that appears in the sky like once every 5,000 years. But it's going to be really hectic. And I've got a new Lego set that arrived yesterday, and I was working all day yesterday, so I decided I'm going to build it today. It is, of course, the Lego Spider-Man Daily Bugle set. I'm really, really hyped to get stuck into this set. So I don't know how long it's going to take me. I doubt I'm going to be able to finish it today. Maybe. Who knows? But I will be joined by some friends on this journey. Not just you lot in the chat, but also a couple other YouTubers, Lego YouTubers. And the first of which is a very special guest. It is the one, the only, Space-Time Brick Studio.
Hello. Good day.
How the devil are we?
Good. Surprised I woke up this early.
What is it, like 5 a.m. there for you?
It is.
Wow. And famously, Space-Time does not get up before 2 p.m. his time, which is like 11 p.m. our time. So,
11 a.m.
We basically have to communicate via, I don't know, like Post-its or something. We never seem to be on the same time. Although saying that, we do stream on a Monday normally, but that's a bit later.
Yeah, and as you can see out my window here, the sun isn't even up yet, so this is quite odd.
You have a window there? I see minifigures, I see tons of Lego.
This black section right here is supposed
to be... okay. Okay, I get it. Right. I wasn't sure if that was just some paper or something. Let's see who we've got in the chat here. I can see we have some guy called Space-Time Brick Studio. I don't know who that is. I think it's an imposter. We should probably ban him. We have Sam Jones, a.k.a. Flash Gordon. Hopefully he'll be joining us a little bit later. We have Nicolita. Hello there. We also have Ice and Dead People 35. Mrs. Kragle. Who's Mrs. Kragle? I don't know. Monkeyman9255. Jack. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you're all having a great Monday. And I think it's time that we get building this. So I'm going to start building this. And is there anything in particular that you would like to talk about today, Space Time?
I just want to point out how you said you were going to wait to get this set, and I was going to be like, oh, cool, I'll do the same so we can stream it together. But I never told you that part.
Oh, well, if you didn't tell me, that's kind of on you, right?
Yeah, oh, exactly, because you're like, oh, I'm not going to get this release day. I got plenty of other stuff coming on June 1st.
That was the sensible me talking, and sensible me never seems to really listen to the... I'm trying to think of the right word, but the other me anyway. Yeah. Sensible me is an anomaly, so, it comes here and there fleetingly, makes an appearance. But yeah, the reason I actually picked up this set so early was I happened to be awake when it went live for VIPs at midnight. And I was like, well, since I'm awake and this happened, just by circumstance, I should probably pre-order that set. And then, of course, what happened is, I don't know if it did in the US, but in the UK, it was like 2:15 in the morning, and it still wasn't shown as live on here.
Yeah, I think ours went live pretty much at 10 p.m. my time, which would be midnight Eastern.
Yeah, see, the thing is, normally they go live, I would say, about 20 past 11, something like that, about 40 minutes early. But if you're waiting to get it with a promo, the promo doesn't go live to midnight. So there's always that thing of, do I hang on or is it going to sell out or whatever?
Yeah.
With this case, there wasn't really any promo apart from the fact that you could get it early. And yeah, so I hung around for a bit. I hung around till about 2:15, and I was like, what am I doing with my life? I have work tomorrow. So I went to bed. When I woke up, it was still available. So I thought, well, I've got the UCS R2D2 in my backlog, but that has been on back order since the day it came out. I was lucky enough to get that just after midnight, and when I woke up, it was already on back order. And I don't really want to wait months and months to get this, so I figured, well, I might as well get it now. And I think you said that it's sold out in the US already or something?
Yeah, it took a couple days. But yeah, it's out of stock. And it says there might be some stock in store, but the closest official store to me is 5 hours away in Salt Lake.
Ouch! Yeah, that's an ouch there. Oh, he's drunk. Yeah, I guess we've got a few more people in the chat. Hello, Aidan. Hello, Black Series Supreme Leader Carlos Sam. Hello, Will Harper. Hello, John Ramirez. And I think that's all the new people. Where is Spider-Man? He's not in this bag. Well, I know how typical of them to start with one of the most boring characters, Aunt May. I don't know.
Well, Nicolita likes it.
Nicolita likes what?
Aunt May.
Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that torso is from Hermione, right? It's one of the new Hermione torsos. By the way, is this in focus? Okay, I tried focusing on the build, but then what happens is I bring something up to show you. It's going to be very soft. This webcam is pretty awesome, but it doesn't have autofocus.
Hey, Christopher, he says it's 7 a.m. here. Morning Radio Kragle.
Morning Radio Kragle. I could get behind that. I reckon I could be a good radio host. I'd probably get taken off the airwaves, saying something inappropriate, you know?
Kragle in the morning.
Yep. I could do it from the forest, and we could call it Kraggle's Morning Wood.
Jeez.
And it begins.
Starting early today.
Yep, starting early today. Well, you know, it's midnight somewhere, right? So are you building anything on this stream, or are you just going to
I'm actually working on the top secret collaboration.
Oh, yes. So me and Spacetime are working on a top secret collaboration. I mean, it's been put out there, but not on my channel. So it's kind of secret. It's about as secret as, what was it, Scott's top secret project that he kept showing all the time.
Exactly. And I just want to point out, for anyone who wants to know what we're working on, you can scour the past several live streams on my channel.
That's right. I should have put a link to your channel in the description, but I wasn't sure if you were actually going to show or not.
I do.
But
yeah, I would say put a link to his channel in the chat so people can check him out. But don't go just yet.
Yeah, don't go just yet.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, I don't need the watch time. I just need your subscription. So.
Oh. Okay, that wasn't even a notification. That was Pokemon Go telling me I've burned a ton of calories this week. Well, you know, thanks for the boost, but, you know, according to Brick Attack, I'm still a fat, dirty old man, so.
I was surprised about that yesterday. I was like, wow.
Well,
ruthless.
It's all good fun.
It worked.
I mean, what do you expect when I'm constantly hitting on his wife? He's got to take a few shots, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Cody finds it hilarious, though.
Yeah. Oh, dear me.
How are we done?
I put the wrong tile down already.
Oh, I just realized I got you a brick separator.
It's okay. There was a stack of them by here, but they're gone.
Them.
You hid the brick separators.
There you go.
Do you think someone's going to come in and steal the brick separators?
Yeah, my sister.
Oh, yeah. Mrs. Crackle's sister's going to come and join us next week, so.
Oh,
getting ready for wedding stuff.
Oh, speaking of Brick Attack, he said, I just gave it back to Kragle. He can dish it out, but he can't take it.
I can take it. It's all good fun.
Nicolita has a question. Do you have to get any of the old sets?
Do I have to get any?
Well, I guess, do you want to get any older sets?
Sure. I can't think of any right now. I mean, there is a video I did a while back. I mentioned it in the recent Q&A video I did, where does not look right to me.
What did you do?
I don't know what I did. It's dark bluish grey on dark bluish grey. Can be some slack here.
Do you like?
No, I'm okay, I think. A top 10 biggest Lego regrets of sets that I missed out on. Although I have picked up a few of those. Obviously, I've completed the Pirates of the Caribbean theme. I need to get back into doing the throwback Thursday reviews of those. I really enjoyed doing that, having a look back at them. And people seem to dig them. They did quite well in terms of views. So, but I got called back off furlough because last year I was on furlough during the whole COVID thing. And that's when I basically used the money that I normally would have used for like a holiday or going to Comic-Con to buy the retired Pirates of the Caribbean sets. And I was building them on live streams and then reviewing them as Throwback Thursday review videos. I had a lot of fun, but then I got called back to work earlier than I expected. And I still meant to sort of carry on with that. I just haven't. So I've got one built that has gathered a lot of dust that I need to review on, and I've got a few more that are still, sealed in the box that I need to bash out. But the thing is, at the moment, I currently have a distinct lack of space to display Lego sets. I mean, even building it in the crampest corner of the Lego room right now. I say Lego room, it's not really a Lego room.
Well,
it's a recreational room. It's a spare room. We have Funko Pop, Lego, all sorts. Although your sister's going to be staying in here next week, so...
So if we find something that's missing, we know where she lives. I was going to say, when is the next Ask the Beard?
I don't know. I think I'll make it a monthly thing. I don't think I want to do it weekly. I think that's a bit too much. I've only had a few questions so far on the last one. So if you do have any questions, make sure you comment on that video. Because I'll be going through the comments on there to compile a list of questions for the next video.
Oh, that's what.
Oh! I feel like we should have a special introduction for this guy. We should like a Flash. Oh, do I have a clip from Flash Gordon? I don't think I do I? Not on here. Okay, so instead, I'm just going to introduce him another way. So, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Sam Jones. Hi, Sam.
You know what? I couldn't have asked for a better introduction. That's perfect.
Yay! I think it's the same introduction the midwife had when you were delivered, right?
Probably. Luckily for me, I don't remember that.
How's it going?
Not too bad, thank you. Not too bad at all. We've just got back from a lovely breakfast out in London town.
Ooh.
And we're working on the 10270 bookshop, the Creator Bookshop.
Oh, yeah. That got a lot of hate, but I enjoyed that modular.
Where is it? Oh, yes, there.
It's up there.
I was
Yeah.
looking at the top
I
one.
got the one complaint I do have is that the bookshop has a distinct lack of books in it.
That's perfect for an American bookshop.
You said that, not me. You said that.
Yeah, we can't be held responsible for anybody that...
Oh, Black Series Supreme Leo Kalu Sam says it's 4 weeks until their birthday. Well, happy birthday in advance, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Do I have the Creator Expert Haunted House set? No, I don't. I like parts of it, but not enough to make me dish out the money. I think if I saw a good offer on it, I'd probably pick it up. I like the Haunted House element more than I do the drop ride, which doesn't seem to work very well. If you got that one,
I do not. I like some of the Easter eggs from late 90s, early 2000s Lego in it.
Yeah, same.
But yeah, as you said, the drop ride seems like it wasn't designed very well. And it's not really that much of a thrill for me because it's like, okay, that's cool. And then, what else can it do?
Yeah, because the thing is, proper drop rides bounce. They go like a spring, don't they? They go up and they go up, down a bit. This one just literally just falls. It's like
because inertia can kill people. Sudden change.
We need a space-time minifig wall reveal.
Oh.
He said your name again now. He said it out loud. He said in chat. Does this count now as the introduction? I don't know if you know this, Brick Attack, but Space Time has been bugging me for ages to introduce you to him or him to you. I mean, that's the only reason he's instigated a friendship with me is to get to you. I'm pretty sure that once you actually say hi and he can see your face mouthing the words, that he'll be done with me. So I've been holding out as long as I can, but he's been giving me some friendly behavior recently. So I feel like my time is up.
But yeah, I need to do a full video on my wall. I still have more figures to add to it. I'm not sure because I have my I'm using my webcam. You know what I will do? I'll be back in a second, and I'll just I'll open up another camera on my phone, and I can just walk through it with my stabilizer. So yeah, I'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
Because this is like Inception.
Inception.
Can't believe you managed to convince him to show off his minifig world Brickatech.
I know, we've been asking for that for ages, and he's like, no, get lost. Brickatech says it, and it's like, oh, yes, sir, wait just 1 second, sir, I'll go get it. I'll even get a special extra webcam to show it to you, and I'll put my stabilizer on. What a kid's ass, honestly. I should just kick him from the stream now, not let him back in.
To be fair, he'd do that to you.
That's true.
So I just want to.
What did you have for breakfast, by the way?
We went to a place called Dishoom.
Yeah.
That do like
Dishoom?
Dishoom.
Oh.
They do Indian-inspired breakfast sort of thing. I think I'm right in saying
Indian
that.
street food.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, by the way, Lady Sam's here as well.
Hello, Lady Sam.
Hello.
Mrs. Kragle says it as well. So yes,
So wait a
yeah.
second. You've gone to the capital of England, and rather than have a full English breakfast, you had an Indian breakfast.
I had an Indian breakfast that was mimicking a full English breakfast, so I feel like I've achieved.
Do you know what used to annoy me? Whenever I used to go to England, it was really hard to find a hotel that actually served a full English. It was always continental breakfast. Like, freaking hate continental breakfast.
You got a wall cam.
Oh, we got a war camp. Okay. Do you want to make that full screen in a second?
There you go.
Oh,
So
Oh, he's got Queen Amidala. Quick, kill him. Steal his minifigs.
so in the far right is all the CMFs.
Oh, I like how you got the dinosaurs displayed. I've not noticed that before.
Oh yeah, because usually my webcam's too low.
Oh.
But yeah, I got Star Wars on these first two rows.
Well, we might have to mute the other one because we've got a...
It's muted.
Oh, why is it echoing then? Weird.
is it me again?
I don't know. It's normally you.
I know.
Probably me.
I think it's probably space time.
I'm gonna just turn up.
You're letting yourself down now in front of Brick Attack. You know,
Oh, hello,
he
hello.
doesn't stream with people with echoes.
There you go.
There we go. How's that sound?
Oh! Oh dear, that was painful. Yeah, that is a lot of minifigures. I like the art prints you've got at the top as well.
They're cool.
So yeah, that's I would say that's a lot of minifigures. That's at least, I would say, 5 there. Yeah.
At least 5, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a couple.
So here's a question for you then, Space Time. What is it about minifigures that you like and keeps you going back for more?
He's muted both his cameras.
Of course, yeah, there you go. So he's probably talking to himself.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
wow.
He's got so many.
Yeah. He has a lot of minifigures.
Oh, Greg goes, if you had a 6-year-old, that bottom row would be empty right now. Oh, that's really wrong. It's still going.
You know, he's still going. I feel like he's hijacked the stream now. This is less Daily Bugle stream and more, look at all my minifigures.
This is I'm Space Time. Here's my minifigure wall.
Oh yes, he's doing the Iron Man Hall of Armor.
Oh, Nicolita's gonna go. See you later.
Oh, bye, Nicolita. Thanks for joining. Now he may have a lot of minifigures, but how many friends he got?
Ooh.
How many MySpace friends has he got?
I'm hoping the answer is 0. Purely because who does MySpace anymore?
I don't know. Somebody is it still even going?
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
I
still
just
get to
thought you-
myspace.com.
I don't know.
I did that the other day.
Here's a hot take though. I honestly think that MySpace used to be better than
Oh,
I'm back.
Uh,
Yeah, MySpace used to actually be better than Facebook.
Do you remember
It was cool.
Bieber?
It was more customizable. You used to have music playing. You used to have like pictures and slideshows going on there. I only use Facebook now for the Messenger.
Yeah. Do you remember Bebo and all that?
Oh yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, that was all rather terrible.
Why is this not adding up? Why has this happened? What's gone wrong here? That's right. Oh no, man!
what did you do?
I messed up this whole line of tiles.
Oh dear.
I blame Space Time. He distracted me with his minifigures. Oh man, has he not come back yet?
He's back, but I think he's still muted.
Yeah, I accidentally muted myself.
Well, you know,
But yeah,
saves me doing it.
as I was saying, I distracted you with pure awesomeness. So
Oh, okay. I mean, I can't argue with that. That is pretty awesome.
Great to tell me to keep you in line.
Got to keep me in line.
And he also says, do you guys remember GeoCities websites?
No. What is that?
I don't know.
No,
Cities, yeah, that was like the cheapest way to build a website in the 90s.
Oh, okay.
I think I just used Dreamweaver. You know, downloaded
use
a copy of Dreamweaver off BitTorrent.
Oh no, this was all browser based.
Ah,
Wasn't it also like free serve or something like that?
free serve, yes. Oh man, I
Yeah.
remember them.
I remember you used to have the only way you could get music to play on your website was get a MIDI file. I remember one of my friends had a electric keyboard that actually took floppy disks, so you could play something on there and it would convert it into a MIDI file. Back in the day.
There you go. So they were really janky websites in the 90s. They were so bad. And Black Series Supreme Leader Kylo Sam asked, have you got the LEGO Friends apartment set?
No, I'm not a fan of Friends. That's why I'm a loner.
Yeah,
So
I bought it.
I don't like the TV show Friends.
I bought it and I regret it.
Really? You
You
actually
regret
read
it?
it now?
I mean, to be honest, I bought it just for the figures, and I don't think that was a good enough reason.
No. I mean, I
Wow.
get when you explained your reasoning for it. I get that because I bought the Big Bang Theory set, even though I don't like Big Bang Theory, because I liked the build and some of the pieces are cool, and I've sort of cannibalized the minifigures for stuff. I used one of the face prints in my Scott Pilgrim mock. But yeah, I didn't see the worth in either of the Friends sets, to be honest with you.
It's just
Especially since they've now made stickers and Lego idea sets the norm, you know?
right. And me just being a minifig person, it's like, oh, that's the only time those figures are going to appear, and it's like, get it now or never. Because I will admit the figure for Jennifer Aniston is like that's probably my favorite.
I don't like Jennifer Aniston.
That's fair.
I remember everyone's like, "Oh, she's so hot," and I'm like, "Is she?" I just find her voice irritating. I can just about tolerate her in Bruce Almighty, and that's only because like she's not in it that much. I mean, you think about it. I think she's got like, I think someone said that in total she has like 12 minutes of screen time, even though she's like the, you know, the fiance and like the primary love interest of Jim Carrey. So
Isn't it crazy how old Jim Carrey is? And he, how do I want to put this? It's just he's like one of those actors that always gets paired with like women younger and younger.
yeah, I get that. I mean, I think it's crazy that he's that age and like he can dance the way he did in the Psych movie. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
arthritis comes at him and he just goes, no.
What is this?
He's like, arthritis is like, you shall not pass. I mean, the thing is, what's funny though is like if you watch a lot of old movies, particularly like I would say like late 40s and into the 50s, the leading actor was always like some guy in his 50s, and they always cast like the lady as like someone who was like 18, 19, 20 the most. It's really weird. It's like you look at Vertigo. I love Vertigo, but oh my god, the age difference is astonishing. Like, he could be her dad.
That's the good old ageism in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Backstage people need to call Sam asks, what doctor did you meet from Doctor Who?
What Doctor? I've actually met a few. I mean, I worked on Doctor Who a little bit during the Eccleston and Tennant era.
What?
You know this already.
I know. I'm just adding reaction.
Oh, okay. But outside of that, I have met David Tennant again.
Yes.
I've met Matt Smith. Met
Peter Capaldi.
Peter Capaldi. We met I've got his name. I always forget his name. David Bradley, who played the first Doctor in the special. I mean, I've got past Christopher Eccleston at Comic-Con. I already met him anyway when I worked with him.
We've walked past Colin Baker as well.
Yeah.
Was Sylvester McCoy?
Sylvester McCoy, yeah.
Because he was next to Jason Momoa.
Yeah. Also,
Wait, did you say Sylvester McCoy was next to Jason Momoa?
yeah.
Where his desk
That's
was.
an
Yeah,
image
they were
I've
literally right next to each other. It was so weird.
And then they had
Pretty awesome.
from Harry Potter next to him as well.
Yeah, then they had right next to them. They had the
Professor Sprout.
Professor Spout from because she was kicking off, wasn't she? Because someone took a photograph of her from a distance and she spotted it, and she probably started shouting at them across the convention hall. But I don't even think they were taking a photograph of her. I think they were taking a photograph of Jason Momoa, but she thought it was of her, and she was kicking off.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we saw John Hurt like pass us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was in the car, but he had the window open, and he went past us in
Yeah, his
2014.
queue was so big though.
I know.
Couldn't get near him.
So yeah, I've met more doctors than Spacetime has.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of something quick.
When you come back, fail to load.
I mean, when I was in grad school, I was surrounded by PhDs, so
You could have said something like, "I haven't spent as much time in hospital as you have," something like that.
yeah,
Yeah. Oh well, try harder next time.
time has passed.
Oh, we got Anna Tanasa says, I'm watching The Mandalorian. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm pretty good. The Mandalorian's good. What season are you watching?
Ooh. Love.
He has early access to season 3.
Well, they haven't even finished filming that.
That's how early it is.
They even started filming it, actually. I don't think they even started yet. Here's something, though. Since we're, building a Marvel set, let me just tilt this camera a little bit more so you can actually see. How is everyone feeling about the Eternals teaser trailer? Has it got you all pumped?
No, not.
It had the stereotypical trailer music of telling me how I should feel without giving me any reason to feel something.
Yeah. Honestly, I just watched it and was like, what is exciting about this? Again, it was like the trailer was telling me I should be hyped, and I was like, but why? What is hype about this? I also thought, the first thing I thought of is when the ship came to Earth and all the people in their mud huts were looking up at it. I was like, that's a rip of Stargate. When Ra first comes to Earth, That's exactly what, that's what I thought. I was like, they ripped off Stargate. So I was kind of in a bad mood from there on in. And then, I don't know, it was like you had some guy waving his hands and, gold lines were appearing in the air. I was like, okay, so that's Doctor Strange. We've seen that before. We had someone with a sword. It's like, okay, I've seen people with swords before. There was nothing in it that made me excited. It was just... And then I love the fact that it's like, we never interfere. And it's like, the whole, like...
You probably should have.
It's showing them interfering,
Stopping interfering.
And then also it says until now. So I want to know what kind of danger has made them want to interfere now. I mean, Thanos wiped out half the life in the universe, and they just did nothing. So this has got to be bigger than Thanos, right?
I was going to say clearly, Thanos wasn't a big enough threat for them, so they just went, we're just going to let that happen. We're just going to sit back, grab some popcorn, watch what goes on.
Yeah,
clearly got this.
I feel like Marvel has too many power families anyway. And this is in the comics. Like, you obviously have the X-Men, which are kind of extended family. You have the Fantastic Four. You have the Inhumans. You have the Eternals. It's just a bit like, oh my god, we get it,
Oh, apparently they're supposed to be dropping a trailer for Spider-Man soon.
Now, Spider-Man, I want to see. Yeah, I like Spider-Man. I mean, I do like Marvel. A lot of people think because I've gone about DC and I'm a DC fan at heart. Like, DC is where my love will always fall. I don't like Marvel. I love Marvel. I mean, my preference is DC, but I love Marvel. I particularly love Spider-Man. I mean, I used to watch the Spider-Man 90s cartoon. I loved all of the first two Tobey Maguire, Sam Raimi Spider-Man films. Disappointed with the film.
Yeah, I really don't like saying I'm a fan. I'm one over the other. It's just like I like the good stuff from both.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with saying I'm a DC fan over, but I do love Marvel. I mean, I think I've said the story before, but I mean, Marvel was always in my life anyway. Because I remember my friend Adam, who was like my best friend in high school, was massively into Marvel when I was into DC. And I used to, read some of his comics. I used to read Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, Cable and Deadpool and stuff like that, and X-Men. But it wasn't until I was doing my master's that I worked in this video game shop, and everyone there was into comics. And what the great thing was, everyone had a different favorite superhero, and we all used to share comics and stuff. So they all got passed around, and we just shared like our love for different stories and stuff, and that's what got me more into Marvel comics then, because I read other stories like Daredevil, the Man Without Fear. It was when I read Civil War for the first time, Planet Hulk and stuff like that. So
I wish Thor Ragnarok had more Planet Hulk in it.
I would have just preferred a Planet Hulk movie.
Probably, yeah.
That would have been better, but I'm glad they at least got some of it. It makes even less sense in Age of Ultron when the Quinjet is going over the sea, and they say, "Oh, it crashed in Fiji." That somehow ends up on the other side of the galaxy. Apparently, the original plan was to have it going into space, but Marvel didn't want to commit to like having Hulk in space, so they, sort of 86 that idea.
We also didn't really know if they could, because technically Marvel don't actually own Hulk.
No, that's the thing. I think that's why they don't. They do own Hulk. They don't have the movie rights. The movie rights still.
That's correct.
Yeah.
This goes back to them trying to bail themselves out of rubbish in the 90s, doesn't it? Where they sold off the rights to most of their characters, like Spider-Man, like the Hulk.
It's amazing that they've got any of them back, because the deals they had were ludicrous. I think in all the cases, definitely with Spider-Man, I think, and with Daredevil as well. I think it might be with X-Men as well. Basically, the deal was that when they sold the movie rights off, they sold them off for indefinitely, for eternity, basically. And the only clause in that was that they would lapse back to Marvel if the studios who they'd sold them to didn't have a film in active production over so many years. So if they went like 4 or 5 years without having to film it in active production, and now active production, I don't mean in terms of cameras rolling, but I mean in terms of development, then it would go back to Marvel. And that's what happened with Daredevil. Spider-Man obviously is still with Sony. They've managed to keep doing hit films. They've done that joint deal with Marvel that they've kind of like got a Spider-Man appears in MC movies and they're doing their own Spider-Verse films. But I think X-Men only came back to Marvel because
the sale of Fox.
Yeah, otherwise it probably would still be with them.
Exactly, because they would have kept trying to make a movie that was how do I say this? That was passable.
It's like, I mean, the X-Men movies are almost like the Star Trek movies, right? For every good one, you get one crap one. Isn't that right?
Probably.
I mean, X1 and X2 I thought were okay, so it wasn't until the third one we got a bad one.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Apocalypse or Dark Phoenix, X-Men 3 is a freaking masterpiece, but yeah.
So, Apocalypse is the last one I watched, and I didn't even bother with Dark Phoenix because I'm like, if you're not doing the Phoenix Saga, I mean, it's like you can't do Dark Phoenix until you do the Phoenix Saga, and everyone wants to jump to Dark Phoenix, and it's like,
honestly, I feel like Dark Phoenix is one of the most overrated comic stories in existence. Because when I read it, I was so hyped, and I came away with it from where I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I get it, but is it aged?
So I think my favorite representation of Dark Phoenix is probably from the animated 90s.
Yeah,
because it's the one that's actually took its time to actually do something with it, and it's funny to say that when it's like a 22-minute cartoon.
Sure, the 90s cartoons for X-Men and Spider-Man were really good. I mean, Spider-Man was really crippled by the fact that they had the sensors on their back all the time. They weren't allowed to have Spider-Man actually punch or kick anyone. So like he always just swung into them or used web shooters or something like that, or threw them. It was really bad. But then they were able to do some stories, like I remember they did the whole Morbius story. Although he kept on saying, "I want to eat your plasma," rather than suck your blood. Yeah. Which as a kid, I remember plasma freaked me out more. I was like, "What is plasma like?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's basically a scent of blood." And it's like, "Oh, why does he say now? Why does he say blood?" I don't know, but they did a lot of the comic arcs really well and quite faithfully.
I love X-Men getting past the censors of like, no guns, shiny laser.
Yeah, and the thing is, what amazes me is during this time when the Marvel cartoons were kind of like handcuffed behind their back, we had Warner Brothers doing the Batman animated series for Fox Kids. And they had real life guns. They had Tommy guns and stuff like that. They had knives. They had gangsters.
But they all never hit anything.
Well, in the first episode, Batman gets pretty bloodied up, and then they were told, "Hey, you can't do that again." But they did that with like themes of like psychosis and stuff. It was crazy.
Would that be
hints of prostitution as well? It was like,
would that be on Leather Wings? Because
yeah.
I think that was the first production episode, but I think the first one to air was Cat and Claw.
Yeah, the first episode to air was Cat and Claw Part 1, and then they waited like 6 or 8 weeks before they showed Part 2.
Okay.
And Cat and Claw is probably one of the worst storylines of the animated series in the 90s.
I mean, she was voiced by Kate Mulgrew, Captain Catherine Janeway from Voyager. But
I really wish I had a tumbleweed video right now.
Yeah, I thought Sam was going to have my back on that.
No, he doesn't like Voyager.
Well,
I do like Voyager. Voyager was
Oh, you told me before when he wasn't here. You were like, I can't stand Voyager. I wish that space time would stop going about Voyager all the time. He does my nutting.
I mean, I used to not like Voyager, but then I saw what Alex Kurtzman has done with modern Star Trek, and I'm like, that's not so bad now.
Isn't it funny how stuff that was crap gets better when they make stuff that's even worse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've been neglecting the chat a little bit. I think I can see a few people who are joined. We got Liam Simon. We have Perks. And what was that? I missed something then. Something went past really quickly. Go up a bit.
Jack. Oh, yeah.
Black Shoes Supreme List. Hello, Sun had to go. Sorry about that. And yeah, the Daily Bugle is sold out in the US, I think, as well.
Should we check at the Solixes on our side? Still. That one. There you go.
I mean, I was just looking earlier at the sticker sheet for this thing, and I hate stickers. Anyone who's been around my channel for, more than 2 minutes knows I can't stand stickers. But I will say the artwork for the stickers is gorgeous, and I love all the Easter eggs. I just wish these were printed tiles. There's some great Easter eggs that I'm looking forward to adding to this as we go through the build. Do you plan on picking this setup?
What's that? Was that direct?
But I said, do either of you fancy picking this setup?
Yeah, I want to get it at some point, probably later this summer.
Wait, so you want me to build it with you, but you're going to wait until like the end of the summer?
Well, I mean, now I don't have the. I mean, the time has passed for that, so I might as well take my time now.
Sam can build it with you.
Yeah, when I earn that invisible pay rise, that's never gonna happen.
I mean, I don't know how long he wants to wait, but we could also do the Ecto 1.
Oh yeah, so Sam bought the UCS Creator Expert Ecto 1. And he got it from the Lego store, even though I sent him a link that had it down, I think it was 35% off, but he was like, ooh, tempting, but no. And then goes to Lego store and pays full price for it.
I know, but I got to chat to people who were interested about you, Kragle. So,
really,
yeah, you're a known quantity. People know Cut the Kragle.
Wait, so you went to the Leicester Lego store and people knew, or Leicester Square, I should say, and people knew who I was?
Yes.
Okay, that's kind of cool. You just made my day, sir.
Wait.
In fact, because of this, I feel like I'm going to have to move you up.
Oh, yes, look at that.
Just because he goes to the Leicester store. Jeez.
Oh, God.
Leicester.
Where did you even get that from? Can you say Edinburgh for us?
You're going to make fun of me.
Yeah, of course. Why do you think I had you on this stream?
Okay. So I'm going to preface this. There's a town in Pennsylvania that I grew up nearby that has it's spelled the first half of it the same, and then the last half is Boro. So that's where I got it drilled into me that it's Edinburgh.
All I'm hearing are excuses.
And then I thought for the longest time it was just the accent that made it sound like there's a little bit of a syllable after the berg part. So,
Glass.
would it be more correct to say Edinburgh?
Oh.
So it's just Edinburgh?
Edinburgh.
See, I thought you were making fun of me when I said Edinburgh.
Yeah, because you said Edinburgh. as if Ed is burrowing into the ground like some sort of rabbit. Poor space time. You need to adjust your camera so I can see is your eyes peeking over the bottom of your name there.
Well,
is this the forehead of security?
It's because I'm ashamed.
Oh, he's hanging his head in shame. My work here is done.
An easy day for you, Kragle, that was, wasn't it?
I know. Take the rest of the day off now, can't I?
Oh, sun is coming up.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah.
I do have to ask a tiny little piece of admin. Spacetime, are you streaming tonight?
I currently have one scheduled. Depending how long this goes and how tired I am is pretty much going to decide that.
I mean, if you've scheduled it, it has to happen, right? Those are the rules.
Yeah, them's the rules.
I guess so.
Why did you schedule it if you didn't fancy doing it?
Well, it happened at the same time you were like inviting me to this.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, oh no, do I reject his invitation to do so I'm ready for my own stream?
I mean, you could have done if you wanted to.
I could have.
I feel bad now. I feel like we're kicking like a little puppy.
I mean, I wake up super early just for you to join you on your epic journey of building the Daily Bugle, and I just get all this harassment.
Don't you mean a daily bulge?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. So make sure when you do the sign for that building, you spell it correctly.
I feel like someone must have done that already and put it on a Reddit somewhere. They must have like swapped it out.
I saw it on Instagram and they tagged Ryan.
Why would you think something's called a Daily Bulge, though? Oh, bless Ryan. Bless his little cotton socks. So, what is your favorite Spider-Man character, then, peeps? And that goes out to Spacetime, Sam Jones, and everyone in the chat. Oh, bye, my command. Thanks for joining us.
Hi.
I'm
What was
I'm
the
gonna
question
go
again?
with, JJ.
Or John Jonah Jameson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was it
Well,
favorite Spider-Man character?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a question.
Do you want to elaborate, Spacetime, while Sam considers his answer?
I mean, I don't know. From the cartoon was voiced by Ed Asner, and then just to see that translate perfectly the screen by hold on a second, I'm losing his name now. Oh wow, I can't think of his name.
Oh.
Good old Commissioner Gordon. Wow. But yeah, just to see him pop up again at the end of Homecoming was like,
Oh, yeah.
that was like the greatest treat ever. And that's like, and then making him like the modern day reincarnation as like an Alex Jones type.
It was a bit weird seeing him bald, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, what is his name?
You could probably Google it in the time.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat.
I just want to say it's in the J.K. Simmons. Yeah, there we go, Jack. Jack knows what's up.
I mean, his name sounds like a comic book character's name, right?
Yeah. And I think there's a guy in Salt Lake City who does cosplay. And Bag One? Yes. So why does the basement have grass in it? Or the first
I
floor?
think it's just meant to be carpet, but yeah, I get what you mean.
No, it's grass.
Oh, crap. I just threw a stud at myself. Let's see. I might put that. Does that work better there?
Can you see it better there?
Yeah, I can see a bit better there.
So yeah, there's a guy in Salt Lake who, I think it's Salt Lake, does a cosplay of J. Jonah Jameson. And when he's at conventions, then people go up and get pictures. He's like, "What do you want a picture of me for? I want pictures of Spider-Man." You know.
Oh, wow. Someone's really going out at it. Sorry about that. Someone's got a dirt bike and they're going up and down through the village. How rude. That was really loud. I should point out, actually, the other thing I forgot about, one thing that was very much a part of, like, my late childhood going into, I guess, tweens, was the Spider-Man video game that was based on the cartoon series. Remember that?
Would that be the one on Sega Genesis?
No, not that one. The one
Later.
it was on the PlayStation and also the Dreamcast.
Oh, okay. I'm not familiar with that one.
And it had Stan Lee as well narrating it. It had, I think, pretty much all the voice cast from the video game. They did two. They did a second one called Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, which wasn't anywhere near as good. But the first one was fantastic. And what I loved about it is that it was one of those games where it encouraged you to have multiple playthroughs, because if you played it through doing these different sort of criteria, you unlock different costumes, and the different costumes had different abilities. And on top of that, then you could also have this biofile like of all different Marvel characters, where you could have like a 3D model of them, and it had like, information about what comic they first appeared in. It had like, you know, information about like, I don't know, significant story arcs. There was just a ton of stuff to unlock. It was one of those games that I always think of when people go, you know, about DLC. It's like, yeah, DLC has killed unlockables. Like all that stuff, all those extra costumes, the extra modes and stuff that you unlocked in that game nowadays would just be paid for DLC, you know?
Yeah.
But it was a great game. It was funny because obviously the restrictions of video games back then meant that whilst they wanted you to have like New York to go around, I mean, wasn't a free run, but the levels were quite expansive. But you can only stay on the rooftops in New York because at the start of the game, a poisonous gas is released into Manhattan. Everyone has to go indoors. So you don't stay above the gas. So, but you know, I thought it was inventive for back then. You know,
Yeah.
and it starts off with Stan Lee going, "Hey, true believers!" Just quality game. Someone in the chat must have played that game. How many bags are in this set? I'm not sure.
16 numbered bags, but there's multiples of the numbered bags as well.
Right, because we saw 2 bag 14, didn't we?
I think there's one that has 4 bags as well, I think.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's 16 numbered bags technically.
So we've got Gwen Stacy here, and this is a
That's not Gwen
minifigure.
Stacy.
It is.
I know.
Oh, I was going to say, this is a minifigure that I'm quite disappointed in because this doesn't look like Gwen Stacy at all. This could be just a generic female. The torso is the now famous, or I don't know, cult torso Tooth Dominoes, which is designed based on one of the designers based on his sig fig. His alias is Tooth Dominoes. They used it first in the hidden side for Raimi, who was based on the designer. It's appeared in like the Haunted House, Drop Ride set, and a few others. And yeah, I mean, I get they want to get their money's worth out of using it, but nothing about that screams Spider-Gwen or Gwen Stacy. The face print, I believe, is Hermione, and that hairpiece is a generic hairpiece, and it just doesn't look like Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy, I always think of having the bob with the hairband.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to go, you know, you can think of Spiderverse. Gwen has like a side bob. She has one side of her head shaved, but not really. Oops. I mean, I'm sure at some point in the comic she's had her hair tied back in a ponytail like this, but nothing about this looks like Gwen Stacy, iconic Gwen Stacy. It's pretty lame. They could have done a new hairpiece or given her a new torso. And this one is what's his name? I can't read his name from here.
Is it the one with the red one?
Is that Robbie Robertson, or is it?
This one is.
This one
Ron
is.
Barney? Is it the one with the red?
Yeah, red torso.
Yeah, that's Ron Barney.
Ron Barney, who I think is one of the reporters at the Daily Bugle. Not that familiar with that character, but yeah, I mean the minifigures in this set are fantastic. You've got a great selection, but they have padded it out with some. I don't know they're named, but generic Daily Bugle workers and stuff like this. Like, oh, we got Gwen Stacy, but there's nothing Gwen Stacy about her.
No, that's not Gwen Stacy.
The minifigures is both one of the greatest things about this set, but also I feel like it's also one of the areas where they kind of cut some corners. Oh, we have a Rouge Rana in the chat. Hello there. The minifigs alone make the set worth it. Yeah, definitely. There's some definitely great highlights. One thing I'm looking forward to getting to is the very first Punisher, Daredevil, and Blade official LEGO minifigures. I'm really hyped for those.
I'm really looking forward to seeing those as well.
Punisher and Blade in particular are ones I never thought that we'd get in in Lego because of like the violent nature of them. Daredevil is obviously very violent in the comics as well, but he has had more child-friendly incarnations, particularly in the 90s cartoon. He was in the 90s video game as well. Do you want to have a look at this?
Yes.
Mrs. Kraggle's going to put a couple of stickers on. I'll have a quick look at the chat.
You remember that high-quality Daredevil movie in the...
Oh. You mean with Ben Affleck? Oh, man.
Yeah.
I was so hyped for that film because it came... I know it was... At the time, I don't think I realized that it was done by Fox rather than Columbia. But I was really hyped for it because it had Kingpin in it, and we were just getting off the sort of afterglow of I think it was the first Spider-Man Raimi film or the second one. So it was like, oh, this is going to be cool. I was hoping that there would be a reference to Spider-Man in it because I guess back then again I didn't realize the sort of movie studio politics.
Yeah,
and it was just terrible. It was so bad. I'm trying to think of a single redeeming feature in it, and I can't.
Stan Lee cameo?
What is that? The one where him as a kid stops him from crossing the road in front of a car?
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, I liked... I forgot the guy's name now. Shit. The guy who played Kingpin.
Yeah, he was...
He's passed away now. He was in Armageddon. He was in Green Mile. Oh,
he was in
man.
Green Mile, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I can't remember his name either.
Oh, crap. How have I forgotten his name? It was really sad. I was gutted when he died because he's in so many...
Does he have a double barrel name?
I think so. He was a proper character actor. I think it's like one of his most prominent roles.
Michael Clark Duncan.
That one.
Michael Clark Duncan, yeah. He was good as William Fisk. I mean, I remember back then there was a lot of stuff like said about the fact that they cast a black man as William Fisk because traditionally in the comics that he's white. But I mean,
he was the only one who had stature to do it.
Yeah, he embodied it really well.
He really did.
I thought, he was probably the only good thing about that movie.
Because you weren't going to find someone from the animated series. He was like, you find someone that big in real life, they're not going to be muscle.
No.
No.
He was good. And he looked awesome in the suit as well. Like, yeah, I was actually quite chuffed with his casting.
And
I loved Vincent D'Onofrio. Yeah, as
he
William
was brilliant
Fisk in the Spider-Man as a Daredevil Netflix show.
Oh, Charlie Cox is Daredevil.
Yeah, you just love Charlie Cox in general.
His smile, though.
Yeah, we met Charlie Cox as well. I also said to him, I said, like, seeing as you saved Daredevil after Ben Affleck ruined it, are you going to now be an ex-Batman? And he laughed. He was like, that's funny. I was like, no, but seriously. This is before they cast Robert Pattinson.
Here's some new people. We have Professor Pericles.
Professor Pericles! Wow!
I got Noah's Lego Productions. And also we have Solo Brick Builder.
Hello, Solo Brick Builder. Hello. Yeah, the music in the Daredevil movie is pretty bad. It felt like to me that they were trying to emulate Batman 89. Like, in fact, even though it came out after the first... I think it would come out before the second Spider-Man film. It definitely came out after the first one. And I think after it was after the second... Or was it... I need to go up the timeline now. But the first Spider-Man and first X-Men films had come out... And I felt like they were trying to make Daredevil like emulate the way the Batman had been done. Did that make sense?
I mean, he was blind as a bat.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely similarities in the comics between Daredevil and Batman. And I think a part of that is the fact that Frank Miller has had such a profound impact on both of those characters in the comics. But... yeah, I don't know. I mean, also Colin Farrell as Bullseye. That was pretty terrible, right?
I mean, did you see him kill a fly with a what was it? Was it with a dart?
A toothpick, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah. Even worse.
Yeah. The whole line, I want a costume. Oh, it's so bad.
We have another one in here. Collector YT. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm a fan of Daredevil. I love Daredevil the comics. I love the Netflix series, though. Don't kill me, but I haven't got around to watching season 3 yet. I just haven't.
It's all right, Kragle. I haven't either.
I don't know how. I just haven't got around to it. it just it came out at a time when I was really busy, and I haven't found the time to sit down and watch it properly since. I would need to, though.
I think I've seen 2 seasons of Daredevil, 1 season of Jessica Jones, and Luke Cage.
Yeah, so I've seen 1 season of Jessica Jones, which I loved. I haven't got around to watching the second series. Watched Luke Cage, watched Iron Fist, watched 2 seasons of Daredevil, and I've watched The Defenders, and we watched, I think, 2/3 of Punisher, and then something happened. Then I can't remember.
I think we just moved on to
Punisher was good, but it was just quite slow. It was like it was getting into it, and then it would just slow down again.
Can we just talk about David Tennant as the Purple Man for a second here?
Yeah,
Kilgrave.
Great casting, that, wasn't it?
Do you know what's funny about that? Is I mentioned that when I met him at Comic-Con, I was saying, like, I love you as a Doctor, obviously my favorite Doctor, but I also loved you as Kilgrave. What annoyed me is at that Comic-Con, they didn't have a single picture. They have the prints for you to take to him to get signed. They didn't have a single one of them as Kilgrave. And this was like when the second series had just come out. And I said, I remember, like, when you were cast, this is why I was talking to David Tennant, as Kilgrave, a bunch of my friends were like, oh, I can't see that because, he's the Doctor. Like, how is he going to be this, psychotic or sociopathic, evil person from the comics? And I said, I can totally see it. And the reason being is that he was in a mini-series, I think it's like a 2-part drama on ITV before he was the Doctor called Secret Smile. And in that, he was an absolute sociopath. And just this woman meets him at a wedding and, starts a relationship with him and then ends it. And he just basically tears her life apart from the inside out. And he's fantastic in it. He is so evil, but he's so compelling to watch. I told him that, and he was like, Secret Smile? That was a long time ago. And I was like, yep, I'm a true fan. And he smiled so much when I said that. I was like, yes, fan points.
I just have to bring him over until
Meanwhile, like, Mrs. Kragle is just there, like, half fainted on the floor because he winked at her.
Yeah, because every now and again he just looked and smiled and he winked. I'm like, if David Tennant smiles at you, you're definitely going to swoon.
I mean, I swooned. Honestly, it's David Tennant, right?
I know.
Yeah, all right. I'll let you have that.
Come on, you tell me that you wouldn't swoon if David Tennant smiled at you?
I would.
Yeah.
I heard that. That was amazing. I'll tell you what's really funny. We were going back to, like, we were talking about the Eternals and how we're not feeling that hype for it. I am actually more curious about the Morbius movie than I am about Eternals.
Yeah.
Is that with Jared Leto?
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I saw a trailer for that the other day. It looks quite interesting.
It's funny because I don't know how much you know about this, but when Sony were doing the Amazing Spider-Man films, they wanted to have their own Marvel shared universe to basically go head-to-head with the MCU. And at the time, they owned Fantastic Four and Spider-Man and the connecting characters. So that was part of the reason why the Fantastic Four movie was so bad, because they kept going back and forth on whether they wanted to tie it into the Amazing Spider-Man universe. But the Amazing Spider-Man was basically just one big setup for a Sinister Six movie and also a Black Cat movie. That's why Felicity Jones plays Felicia Harden in it.
Yeah.
And of course, none of that happened. Like they had a planned a Venom movie, a Sinister Six movie, a Morbius movie. They wanted to do a Black Cat movie. They actually wanted to do an Aunt May origin story. God knows why. And they had all this planned out. And Amazing Spider-Man 2 tanked. And they sort of went, oh, okay. And then not long after that, they were like, we need to do something. So they did the deal with Marvel Studios to have Spider-Man appear in the MCU. And the deal was that he would appear in the MCU. They would then be able to do Marvel films. Or rather, what would happen is that Marvel would make the Spider-Man films for them, but they'd fund it and they'd get the majority of the profits. But it would allow Marvel to interpret Spider-Man how they wanted. And then when they came to renegotiate that deal and everything, because it run its course, they decided, hey, remember those plans we had, for the shared Spider-Man universe? Let's do that. And that's what Venom kickstarted. And obviously I'm Venom 2 and Morbius. And the most interesting thing about it is how they've snared Michael Keaton to reprise his role as the Vulture. And I wonder if, Kevin Feige and Disney or Marvel Studios were aware that was happening, because previously they were like, Spider-Man is part of the MCU, but the Venom and all that stuff is like its own universe. But I think they confirmed over the weekend as well that they plan to have Spider-Man in Venom 3. So it's pretty interesting. Because effectively, it's all very well having these deals in place, but if Sony make a crap movie that has ramifications for the MCU continuity,
yeah,
it's like we have to go, oh, that one doesn't count,
Well, that's what we do half the time anyway.
Pretty much. I mean, that's what X-Men did, right?
Yeah. And none of those count. We'll just go back in time and change it.
I can see it now. May Parker and Ant begins.
I'm wondering if they were going to take I don't know if you remember from the animated Spider-Man show when they had Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. on and saying that May Parker is the most dangerous woman alive. Just because of the secret information she had on, I think, Peter's parents and or Ben Parker.
Well, that was the thing. I remember the revelation that his parents were part of S.H.I.E.L.D. and they were secret agents, and I think they kind of did a little bit of that in the Amazing Spider-Man films. But as far as I remember, Aunt May has never been any kind of superhero herself.
So that's what I'm guessing is they would just take Ben Parker's past in one of those where he was a secret agent and be like, it's May Parker now.
Wow. It's funny because I was watching Tropic Thunder yesterday, and they have the fake trailers at the start.
Yeah.
And they have the one with Robert Downey Jr. and Tobey Maguire. And it was like, now I see why Iron Man took such a special interest in Peter Parker.
And that was the one with the friars, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they've confirmed now that Daredevil is going to be in the MCU in the future. But obviously, the Netflix Marvel shows, even though at the time it was it's all connected, Now they've been retconned out of existence. The Netflix Marvel shows aren't even part of the MCU. So, do you think they should recast Matt Murdock or bring back Charlie Cox as just a different version of Daredevil?
Charlie Cox.
And same thing with Vincent D'Onofrio.
I'm a little bit gutted. I kind of get it why they've done it, but at the same time, again, there's a lot of politics even within Marvel, between the Marvel Studios and what was Marvel Television. Hence why Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't really canon anymore. Or I don't think even it's weird. Agent Carter apparently isn't canon, but they have the Jarvis from that show in Endgame.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, I can't see anyone else doing as good a job as Charlie Cox did.
No, he was fantastic. Really enjoyed his.
It's also one of those occasions again where I know some people didn't realize that he wasn't American.
Yeah, so we're new in the chat called Rasco, and today is his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday!
I'm sorry if I kind of butchered your name. I'm terrible.
Yeah, we're not very good at names here.
Well,
But don't worry, we are better at saying Edinburgh than Spacetime is.
Edinburgh.
So if your name is Edinburgh, you're fine.
Or Leicester. Professor Pericles says, I'm surprised they haven't made an Aunt May Funko Pop. She looked great next to my Peter Parker. They haven't made an Aunt May Funko?
No.
I'm not surprised. Funko do random things.
It's funny how she gets progressively younger across the different reboots of Spider-Man, though, right?
Yeah, I know where you go with that.
I wasn't going anywhere. I just mean that she literally gets younger and younger. Like, if you look at how Aunt May in the Sam Raimi films, just how I remember Aunt May looking like in the comics and in the animated series, and then she was a bit younger then in the Andrew Garfield one, and then you get to the MCU, and she's younger still. I mean, she looks like she could be an aunt, but I always thought that Aunt May was going to be like a great aunt.
Yeah.
Like she's almost like and Uncle Ben was like a great uncle. They were almost like grandparents' age.
Professor Pericles goes, in the next reboot, she's going to be a teenager, and Peter's going to be like 3.
Yeah.
Spider Tot.
Yeah, I mean it's funny when you think of all the different actors because they've been in different films that you can like imagine the crossovers. Because I forgot her name now, but the actress who plays Aunt May currently was in a rom-com with Robert Downey Jr. called Only You years ago.
Marissa Tomei.
That's the one, yeah.
It's like I feel like I need to redeem myself for not being able to recall J.K. Simmons. So it's like I'm on top of everything right now.
You just got a Google tab open now, and like. So, what is your favorite Spider-Man film, then, people? And again, that goes up to everyone in the chat as well. We even getting answers last time in the chat about favorite Spider-Man characters. You just didn't tell me.
You were busy in the conversation. Let me go back up. It was a while ago. But ICD people said I like Spider-Ham.
Spider-Ham, yeah.
I think that was the only person that actually answered it.
Oh, okay. What about you guys then? What's your favorite Spider-Man film? Did we ever get a response off Sam for what is his favorite Spider-Man character?
I think we did.
No, I think he chickened out of that, didn't he?
Oh, you noticed that, did you?
Yeah. It probably said something lame like, "Oh, it's Spider-Man."
Do you know what? I was always partial to Norman Osborn as Green Goblin.
Good choice. Good choice.
I always quite liked that character. That especially the way it was portrayed in the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie.
Oh, William Dafoe. Yeah, he owned that.
Where he was looking. You
know how much I've sacrificed.
Yeah, he was looking in the mirror, and he was almost like he was arguing with himself, like with a split personality disorder. I thought it was quite well done and quite cool.
The warrior attacks neither the heart, nor the mind, nor body. In this one, isn't it? The heart's not mind, the heart.
It is William Dafoe, so.
William Dafoe is just generally awesome.
I'm somewhat of a scientist myself.
That was pretty good. That was good. I like that. I approve.
I think I like the Christopher Joseph's favorite one is Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2 is a quality film.
I'm quite partial to the animated one.
What, Into the Spider-Verse?
Yeah, just because Spider-Gwen.
I would say that Into the Spider-Verse is the best Spider-Man film since Spider-Man 2.
I need to check that one out.
Really? You haven't watched it?
No, not yet.
Wow. I think it's time to kick Space Time from the stream.
But it's hard because I really enjoy the first 2 Raimi movies because I remember going to the theaters, and especially the first one. I remember my mom taking me, and it's like we never went to the theaters growing up that often. So it's like I always remember my mom taking me to see Spider-Man and the Phantom Menace, and I mean, after watching the Phantom Menace, I was like, was that Star Wars? I was in the 6th grade when that came out, and I was like, I don't know what I just watched.
I remember as a kid seeing the trailer and thinking it looked awesome, but being concerned by the fact there was a little kid in a spaceship going, "No, this is pod racing."
Like,
Where's the kid in the spaceship, you know?
The trailer was promising. It was like, it's new, different, and then you go watch the movie, and it's like, I don't know what I'm watching. I always find it odd that I was in middle school, and I had troubles with the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Viewing.
Oh, so apparently we have some printed tiles. I think. Oh, we've got a bunch of newspaper ones here.
I was chatting with Joe Chambers last night, and he said exactly the same thing about Phantom Menace. He goes, when he watched it, he goes, was that Star Wars?
I remember enjoying it, like knee-jerk reaction, but I remember literally, as we were saying that we liked it, me and my friends just picking it apart. And like, I remember the biggest disappointment for me was the lack of Obi-Wan and how like stuff that I thought was going to happen because of what's said in the original film. And also, I think I've mentioned it before, but there was a book that came out around the time of the special edition, about a year before Phantom Menace went into production, and it has a foreword from George Lucas, and he gives a brief description of what happened before. Yeah. And he tells the story about how Obi-Wan was Owen's brother, and he was like the favorite son, and he went off to train with Yoda to become a Jedi, came back, and his parents had passed away. No one had inherited the farm. Owen was really like resentful and didn't really want him there. And whilst he was there, he met a young farmhand called Anakin Skywalker, who was a teenager, like 17, 18, whatever. During that time, the Clone Wars broke out, and all the Jedi were called from across the galaxy to join the fight for the Republic. And he said to Anakin, like, the Force is strong with you. Come with me and I'll train you. And that is what I kind of expected to see in The Phantom Menace. And I also remember being really hyped the bit where, I didn't know who Qui-Gon was from the first teaser, but he says, Obi-Wan Kenobi, meet Anakin Skywalker. And right next to Obi-Wan Kenobi is R2-D2. And of course, in A New Hope, R2-D2 keeps on insisting that Obi-Wan was his former master. So I was like, oh, wow, so he actually did own R2-D2, No, he just happened to be in the scene.
Contraire.
So I will say, whilst this set does have a lot of stickers, we do have some really cool printed tiles here. Look at these. These are
very nice.
Newspapers. I particularly love, this is not being very much in focus, but I love the William Fisk one. Business.
Yeah.
I can try and focus it.
I think everyone's going to be expecting a Fisk figure in the future now.
Well, the fact that they're now doing big figs with turnable heads. I love as well the fact that there's other stuff in here. There's a Nelson and Murdoch tile.
Yeah.
There's also Electro, who's not in this set. There's Rhino. That definitely is a big fig.
And then the moon landing one, I know Scott wants that piece.
Oh, yeah. Lego Man walks on the moon.
I told him we'll split the cost of the set and he can have the tile.
Guessing he wasn't buying that one then.
He just laugh emoji'd at it, so.
How does it move around like this?
That's not a no.
Yeah, so it's like I got my hopes up, so.
How's that? Let's see. Is that angle working for people, or is that not very good? It's kind of difficult. I feel like the camera's gone a bit skewed now. I had it all set up perfectly.
So I remember after watching The Phantom Menace, I remember the next year at school at one of the book fairs, I got the novelization.
Oh, okay.
And then it had additional scenes that weren't in the movie. So that became part of like my canon for the prequels. So there was this scene I was always trying to come back to find. And it was after Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan go down to the planet after they hide away. And when they meet up, Obi-Wan's lightsaber doesn't work because he forgot to turn the battery off or whatever.
Yeah,
I remember that in the book.
And
as
it's
well.
like, and I kept going back. I'm like, why isn't this in the movie? Because I kept looking for it. I'm like, where is it?
It actually, it's kind of in the movie because that's the reason why Obi-Wan is running away from the staff, the battle droid on the staff, rather than actually deflecting it himself.
Okay.
Because he runs and then Qui-Gon deflects the blaster fire and it destroys it. I think on the DVD they had a deleted scene where he says sorry master, the water fried my weapon. He's like, don't forget again or something.
This weapon is your life.
Something like that. Yeah
Yeah, but the funny thing is, in the next couple of scenes, he's then using it again.
Yeah, I think it had to like reboot or something like that. I don't know. It seemed a bit weird, especially since like I think they cut it because they didn't want to sort of say that it can't be used underwater.
Yeah.
It was weird. I think it was just a bit of a clumsy thing to have it anyway in the film. But then you're left with the weird thing of why is Obi-Wan just running away from this battle droid?
And I guess the last thing there's plenty of things not to understand about the plot of that movie. But it's like, I still don't understand what Duel of the Fates was about. And it's like, why was Darth Maul even there? Because it's like, obvious. Because at that point, Palpatine was already Chancellor, so it's like, who cares what happens on Naboo,
I mean, part of the thing that I think Dave Filoni has said is that it was like the original plan, I think, was to capture Anakin. Or the plan changed, like to capture Anakin or something.
Okay. So
like,
that was definitely never expressed.
The Duel of the Fates apparently like refers to like whoever wins this fight is going to be in charge of Anakin's fate. So if Qui-Gon wins, he gets to train Anakin, and if Obi-Wan wins, he will, and if Darth Maul wins, then either him or Palpatine will.
So let's say Darth Maul wins, and Anakin still takes down the droid control ship. How does Darth Maul find Anakin at that point?
Yeah,
it's.
Well,
the thing I don't get is why everyone says that the Jedi sucked because he didn't go back and get Shmi or Shmi. I can't remember my name is pronounced. Shmi. But what was stopping Padme? I mean, she was freaking rich.
I mean, everyone is at fault there. I mean,
it is a big plot hole, and I feel like the through line throughout the three prequels is that because he was taken from his mother at an age where he had grown attached to her. But wasn't mature enough to sort of be taken away from her, is what means that he then sort of he can't bear to let people go. He can't deal with loss.
I mean, they could still just take her to Naboo,
Huh?
They could still just taken her to Naboo, and he.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I get that's why George Lucas put that in there, but I feel like that choice, whilst it does kind of make sense in of itself. The ramifications it had for the rest of the storyline, it just doesn't make sense because of that they kept de-aging Anakin. Like originally he was meant to be like the sort of similar age to Luke and was in A New Hope, and then they were like, oh okay, we'll make him like 13, 14, and that's when they cast Natalie Portman. Then they were like, hey, a 13, 14-year-old isn't going to be that upset about leaving his mum. So
yeah.
Like, okay, we'll make him 9. How young can we go before it gets creepy? Now that we've already cast Natalie Portman,
So, I wish, because the Clone Wars is the only thing that makes the prequel work for me. It's like I could just forget about the films and just watch that, and it's like that's perfect. And I'm just thinking about season 7 of the Clone Wars, that last arc where we see Anakin for the last time with Ahsoka, and then you're thinking about this whole entire time. It's like, during this time, he goes from the great warrior of the Clone Wars, caring about Ahsoka, and then he does like a huge 180 that still doesn't make sense, in the Revenge of the Sith. Of like, just like a switch was thrown, and it's like, okay, I'm a bad guy now.
Yeah. I mean, that was
I wish the Clone Wars could like redo the canon of Episode 3.
That was the other thing in the foreword by George Lucas that came out, around the time of the special editions. He said that the Clone Wars ended, I think, at least 3 or 4 years before the rise of the Emperor and the fall of Darth Vader. Like, what had happened is that Anakin and Obi-Wan came out the Clone Wars as heroes. Jedi that was left, they said the Jedi numbers were massively depleted because of the Clone Wars, but they kind of went back to how they were, and they described them as being like samurai during the the sort of dawn of the industrial age, where they're kind of scattered out in the countryside, doing their thing. And then what happens is that Jedi start getting picked off and killed, and Obi-Wan starts to investigate, and then finds out that it's Anakin, and that's when they have the big climactic duel on the volcano. So there's a lot that was changed. He did plan out a lot of it, but also a lot of it that changed, and because of that, I feel like he changed stuff thinking it was almost in isolation. Like, if I change this, I can keep the rest of the stuff the same. But when you change something in a story, it has a domino effect. But anyway, getting back to Marvel, since we're building a Marvel set, I still don't think we've had from Sam his favorite Spider-Man movie.
I kind of answered that with the same one about the villain, or my favorite Spider-Man character.
I forget, what did you say?
It was the first Sam Raimi movie.
Oh, okay.
Right, because that was the first one I'd seen him. Really, full stop. Yeah. So for me, I really like that.
Cool. What did everyone in the chat say? Did we get any answers in the chat about what is their favorite Spider-Man film?
A lot of Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 2 is brilliant. It's a masterpiece. And what's funny is that the Raimi films, and a lot of Marvel fans will like turn their noses at this, but Raimi himself has said it. The first two Spider-Man films were heavily influenced by the Christopher Reeve Superman movies. I mean, there's direct homages in the shot in Spider-Man 1 when he's running down the alley and he tears open his shirt to reveal the Spider-Man costume underneath. That is literally a direct, visual replication of what happened to Superman. And even in Spider-Man 2, him losing his powers and choosing they want to have a normal life with the one he loves is a similar plot to what happens in Superman 2. And that's not a negative way. They're both different films, both have different stories, have different merits, different action sequences, different stuff on there. But the Christopher Reeve movies were a direct source of inspiration for those films. I think that's why they have that timeless factor to them, because the Christopher Reeve movies are very timeless,
I was always confused in the first Spider-Man movie when it opens up with this 30-year-old man running after a school bus.
I mean, wasn't he like 26 then?
I think so, yeah.
The thing is, though, you Americans, you always cast high schoolers as people who are like 10 years older.
That's because labor laws, and it's like we want to get the most.
No, it's not. It's not because of labor laws at all. Do you know what? Because I remember on the Smallville, on the commentary for the pilot, they talk about how they got a lot of criticism because they constantly, in their teen dramas and stuff, always cast people in their 20s. Okay. And they said there's a couple of reasons for that. And they said the number one, though, is that when you cast teenagers in a teen drama, people don't watch it because they change too much because they're still developing. You have stuff like people with acne and stuff like that. They want the sort of glamorous idea of high school where people are in their the sort of prime and stuff like that, in their 20s, where their skin is flawless, they got chiseled abs, they got glowing hair, whatever. And that was apparently is the main reason why the CW always casts 20-somethings as teenagers.
Yeah, and I guess that would be less awkward when you film like sex scenes and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I remember the commentary track for Superbad, the actor who played McLovin, like his mom was on set the whole entire time during his scenes. And it's like you could
because he was the youngest one.
You can imagine, you can imagine how awkward that was. Yeah,
because I think Jonah Hill was already pushing 30 in that film, but he looked quite young, and the fact that he's shorter, so I think that's why he got away with it. That's a quality film, though. Super bad.
Yeah.
In some ways, I'm glad they didn't do a sequel because I think it would have tainted the first one. Especially since it's the first one. It's kind of like their last sort of adventure together. The idea at the end of the film is that they kind of go in the separate ways, they're maturing and stuff, going to the next stage of their life. But at the same time, I would have loved to have seen more of those characters.
I got scared at the beginning of the movie of how raunchy it was, and then by the time at the midpoint, I realized, okay, this is something special, and then I really loved the ending. I'm like, this is such a great message. You don't see in these young adult movies too often.
No, definitely. I just love the fact that you were scared of something being raunchy.
Well, I mean, when I saw the film, what I was in college at the time, and it's like I never watched like R-rated films or anything.
Wow.
So, but you know, that's
It's got a lot of heart, Superbad, though. I mean, that's what separates
Yeah.
it from stuff like American Pie. I was never a fan of because it just felt like it was just
rubbish.
yeah, basically.
It was being raunchy for the sake of being raunchy.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's just empty at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, Superbad has a lot of heart behind it, and like the message, like you said at the end. It's just a better film. We keep going off Marvel movies somehow. I don't know why.
Yeah, I keep derailing. That's what I do.
Are we buying any new sets tomorrow? We've got a few on pre-order.
My
High
house
price,
is-
I think.
So many ones that are coming out tomorrow, though.
Liam says Spider-Man: Homecoming and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. So they're I'm guessing they're his favorite Spider-Man films. I don't think anyone else actually replied. I don't know.
Right.
Don't look like it. Professor Pericles says their teacher at the labs looks younger than all the students. I'm trying to think.
the first Raimi movie.
The teacher, like the black guy who?
Yeah.
Or do they mean the one who's shown them around? Because the one who's shown them around, she definitely looks younger.
Yep.
Spider-Man 3 copied Superman 3 from how bad it is. I have a soft spot for Superman 3. It's Superman 4 is where the rails, the film really comes off the rails. I think Richard Pryor saved Superman 3 a little bit. It's definitely watchable in a kind of like Sunday afternoon, bank holiday Monday type vibe. But yeah, it's not up there with Spider-Man 1 and 2. And the fourth one, let's not talk about the fourth one.
Brick Studios 105 says excited for Spider-Man No Way Home and confused by the multiverse concept too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it. I mean, going back to the whole DC thing, the multiverse has always primarily been more a DC thing. Marvel have kind of shied away from anything to do multiverse, apart from Spider-Man, because they had I think it was in the 90s cartoon, they had the Madam Web. And obviously, recently we've had the Spider-Verse animated movie. So I'm excited for that, but also I'm kind of gutted that once again, DC have been sort of they've been too slow. They've been beat to it because the whole thing of we obviously got Darkseid briefly in the Snyder Cut, but a lot of people don't realize that Thanos was made by Marvel because they wanted their own version of Darkseid. But now, if Darkseid was made in a big cinematic film, people go, "Oh, it's just DC trying to copy Marvel,"
It's because people nowadays do not.
So it's a shame that stuff like that. But I'm looking forward to it. I like the idea that they're going to bring in Tom Maguire back. I mean, there was lots of calls for him to be cast as Uncle Ben, wasn't there? Because he'd be about the right age now to be Uncle Ben to this version of Aunt May. This young age. I feel like I'm missing a piece. There you go.
I mean, if they bring in Garfield and Maguire, they better do the three Spider-Men pointing at each other.
Yeah, everyone said that. Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're on a similar direction to the Flash movie, which is going to introduce the DC multiverse on the big screen. I mean, they've done Infinite Crisis on the Arrow TV shows, or a version of it. But how we have Michael Keaton come into the Flash, and apparently Ben Affleck is still going to be in it. So yeah, I'm interested. I'm definitely more excited for the Spider-Man movie than I am for Eternals. And my anticipation for Black Widow keeps seesawing back and forth. One minute I'm excited for it, the next minute I'm not. So
I just have had all the other Marvel shows have come out before even Black Widow is in the cinemas.
yeah, it's kind of crazy.
So let me know first in the Discord in the day. It's on your left.
I was going to say earlier on, I did read an article. Apparently, Marvel bosses or Disney bosses are actually quite peeved that the online chatter for Eternals has been like non-existent. Like, they monitor like hashtags and Twitter posts and Instagram stuff like that, and they've said that like compared to what normally happens when they drop a teaser trailer in the MCU in the past, Eternals has been like non-existent, and apparently they're like asking questions of like the marketing team and also like I guess the director and stuff, like why is this not generating the buzz that we expect?
Probably Marvel.
Sam, I think it's time to write some scripts, and get the bots get tweeting.
Yeah. Get tweeting and then sit there and go, yeah, so it's rubbish. We don't like it.
Think about if Disney got DC instead. We could have gone so many more Lego sets than we do now, and we got more characters at this point. Yeah, but DC would definitely not gel well with Disney because it's always been more dark and more adult. I mean, I was thinking the other day when I was on a stream with Space Time, and he said about Star Trek not being directed at sort of mainstream audiences, particularly. It was, and that's how I've always felt with DC. Is like, it definitely has a mainstream appeal. For years, if you ask someone what were the top 3 superheroes, they'd say Superman, Batman, and then Spider-Man. They were the most recognizable ones. But I always felt, particularly with the comics, that DC was more. It was more a thinking man superhero comic, well, I mean, not in an insulting way. Marvel had the more mainstream buzz. In many ways, it was more child friendly. The ratings on the comics used to be different. You go to the shop. I used to have the ratings, for the comics. The DC ones would be like teen and above, and like the Marvel ones would be more like sort of universal and stuff. I mean, it would be crap if they were all the same, but I feel like that's part of the reason why when DC goes into being proper DC, that it's not always well received in terms of like it can't compete with Marvel in that way because it's not like the mass crowd pleasing type stories that they're used to seeing. I mean, the one thing as well that puts bums on seats with the MCU, and we've talked about this before, is the MCU humor, which to me is the Achilles heel, because what happens is that whenever something gets remote close to being a little bit serious, then it's quick cut to a gag,
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy 2 had that a lot.
Well, I feel like, one of the worst ones was Thor Ragnarok. I mean, I know that was aimed to be more of a comedy, and that was cool, but the thing was a lot of really bad stuff happened to Thor in that movie. He lost his father, he lost his planet, he lost his 3 best friends, and he doesn't get a moment to sort of like even dwell on that. It's always cut to the next gag. The scene where Odin dies was even completely reshot because when they did the test screens, people were like, "Oh, I was really sad when Odin died." And they were like, "What? We don't want that. We can't. Heaven forbid anyone feels anything but humor." So they did the whole scene with him on the cliffside instead, because originally he was like a homeless person in an alley. That's the scene that you see in the trailer when he gets destroyed.
Which is then why it changed from the trailer to what we actually saw.
Right. And it just, to me, it just kind of sucks that they haven't got the faith to allow the breathing room to have any sort of, serious moments or anything other than, sort of superficial humor. I mean, that's why they ruined the whole thing with Nick Fury, having him lose his eye to a cat. I know it's not actually a cat, but still, you think of how that was set up in The Winter Soldier, which I think is the most adult Marvel the MCU has ever gone. The most sort of, where they don't sort of put the kiddie wheels on. And he says, like, the last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye. You think, oh, wow, what a great story that is.
Nope.
No, it's crap, because they just did it for a gag. And because of that, they've also, whenever you watch Winter Soldier, it's a great movie, but you think, oh, yeah, that's how he lost the eye. Number 4.
See that, and as you're pointing out, that Winter Soldier was probably the most adult. And that's one of my favorite things about the MCU is it's genre bending, because it's like, oh, we can go from a modern day political spy thriller to space adventures to I'm trying to think of another genre, but I want to see more of that, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like they've shied away from that. I feel like that was one of the strengths of the MCU, was the fact they could do these different, like you said, genres of films, but still have it in the same shared universe. But now I feel like it's gone to the point where you have like almost a MCU movie cookie cutter that they're using, you know.
And then I guess Ant-Man would be your example of heist movies.
Yeah. But you look at, like, to me, Captain Marvel was so boring, but it was pretty much a Marvel MCU movie by the numbers. I mean, I've enjoyed Doctor Strange on repeat viewings, but it offers no surprises. It is a generic MCU movie. It's pretty much Iron Man 1, just with magic instead of technology. Yeah. And it's like there's no surprises with Marvel films now, really, and with MCU, and it just they're playing it safe, and I wonder if that's not a direct result of them being owned by Disney. Because famously, when Disney took over, and they brought it over sort of in the aftermath of Avengers being released, when Marvel Studios were still producing them themselves. Distributed by Paramount, they had the scene where Loki stabs Coulson edited for international audiences, so you don't see the blade come through. And apparently they wanted to do it for American audiences, but Kevin Feige fought and said, no, we need to keep it. I don't know why he only fought for America, not the rest of the world. But yeah, but you would never see anything like that again. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's been any blood in any of the MCU movies since then. Maybe Winter Soldier, but even Winter Soldier, like you have I've forgotten his name now. The one who comes Crossbones and Falcon, proper like roughhousing it, and then at the end of the fight, they haven't got like a bit of scuff or bruising on them. So, yeah.
Hey, Black Series Supreme Avocado sounds back.
Hello. I'm liking this vending machine build.
Yeah, she just asked how is the set.
I'm enjoying it. I'm surprised at how much I'm doing before I even get to like the juicy parts, but yeah. It was quite a pleasant surprise to find out that these newspaper tiles are all printed, although there is a heck load of stickers to come.
Yeah, to be one, I did not like the look of.
Yeah, one's a really big sticker.
Yep. He also asked, what Doctor Who sets do you want to see?
Doctor Who sets. I mean, we're going off Marvel for a little bit, but I think that's okay because it's being directed by the chat. I would love someone to make a Doctor Who Cyberman helmet set. Because I just feel like with the helmets, that is something that lends itself so well to that format.
I know. If they could find a talented creator to do that.
And the thing is, you could actually get two versions, because you could do a proper normal Cyberman helmet, and you could also do handles.
Yes.
So, who is technically the longest companion the Doctor's ever had?
Yep.
So yeah, I would love that. I would love something around the Pandorica. I would also like to see what is it? Is it the Black Archive?
Yes.
Because that one you could fill with lots of Easter eggs. I remember finding that secret part of the level on LEGO Dimensions and thinking it was so cool. It had all those different Easter eggs to both New Who and Old Who. What about you guys? What kind of stuff would you like to see?
I would like a museum piece with Gallifrey Falls. No more.
Oh, okay. With the creator?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Oh, I love that little cameo.
Once again, Sam just does not offer any opinion.
Well, no, because pretty much a lot of those ideas, I'm like, yeah, I'm building that, I'm designing that. That's why I want to see all of those because I'm making them myself.
Oh, we don't want to spoil it?
Well, you can spoil it.
Oh, okay.
It's on Discord, and if everybody in the chat became members, they could go into the Discord and see the progress and actually stay up to date with all the Doctor Who sets I'm making.
That is very true. So
That is great.
I haven't actually, in all fairness, we've been going for an hour 45, and since the opening video, I haven't mentioned this, but there is a pinned comment and also the banner. But you can become a Cut the Kragle channel member. There's 2 different tiers. One for 99 pence or cents, depending on where you are, and one for $4.99. And both of them, even the lower tier, gets you access to the Cut the Kragle Discord server. And the lovely Sam Jones here has been basically doing the Lord's work by posting regular updates to his various mocks in the mock channel on there. And if you're into Doctor Who and stuff, he's been posting some interesting teases of some of the Doctor Who mocks that he's working on in there. I say teasers, they're more like updates. As you said, that you're constantly posting updates about what you're working on and what's happening next. So it's a good way to see stuff like that. And it's also a really cool place to hang out. We have lots of fun conversations in there. There's conversations about Lego and other stuff, non-Lego related. Yeah, we are also writing a book as a community. We are writing a book, which Sam has tried to derail.
Unintentionally,
yeah. What happened?
What's Siri's fault?
Siri basically posted in there for him. He didn't realise, so it kind of derailed the sentence.
Oh, no.
But I think we're recovering now. So
Siri actually posted on Sam's behalf. Uh-oh, we see Terminator, right?
yeah, Skynet.
Oh no.
I keep knocking.
Well,
over
he
this
sent a message to you the other day, Kragle, didn't it?
Yeah. It just said hello to me. I was like, hello.
Well, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go on.
I was going to say, it's been about 2 weeks, so I should probably add to the book.
You just don't contribute to the Discord full stop. Yes, if you're looking to have some contribution from Spacetime, he doesn't contribute to his own Discord server. It's mostly me and Spacetime on there, but yeah, the Cut the Kragle Discord server is where it's at. So, and it's only 99 cents a month.
Become a member.
Yeah, also we get
Lego project.
to become a member, we do a really cool video to welcome you as well.
Oh, it's
We'll
fantastic
show
video.
the welcome video on the stream. It only gets shown on the stream if someone becomes a channel member. So
Hit the join button.
You should do that.
I just love the fact that Sam went through the whole thing of getting his missus to subscribe and unsubscribe to me on his account like 18 times, rather than convincing her to pay 99 pence a month so she can watch the stream. The members only one. Yeah, I was supposed to say we also do members only streams. We do members only polls. The top secret project that me and Spacetime are working on, I actually put out to all my channel members to vote on one aspect of that. That's probably should be vague enough. If you see my top 10 most wanted Lego themes that Lego would never make, that was actually decided for by my channel members. They decided the ranking of that. So yeah, is that enough self promotion?
Yeah,
I can use a little bit more.
I'm really crap at self promotion. I come across as really either cringy or desperate or both.
I mean, it embodies you well. So.
Wow.
I see Deadpool says I'm really excited for the secret project.
Oh yes, because the channel members know what it is because obviously they've contributed to it. They voted on part of it, and they will also be voting on other videos and projects in the future. So if you want to be a part of that, hit that join button.
She also says she's quite bad at not being active.
I think people is fairly active on Discord. I've seen her comment a few times.
Oh, hold on a second, hold on.
Oh, we actually do have a new channel member. Lady Sam B became a YouTube member. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. It is fantastic to have you. Amazing. Now we have 2 of the 5 Sams. The Infinity Gauntlet is almost complete. And of course, you know what that means now. You know what's coming. Because we have a new channel member, we have to welcome them the only way we know how to on Cut the Kragle. And that is with this special welcoming video.
Hello!
son.
Hey!
Oh, I love Alan Davis.
And I went
That
to
is perfect.
unsubscribe and resubscribe again just to hear that again.
That was totally worth 99p.
I love how I just bullied your missus into joining our channel memberships. Although I do say it does hurt now because she accidentally unsubscribed you from my channel. When I go on there and it says Sam Jones subscribed for like 2 days, it hurts my soul.
I know, but I'm here in the long run, man.
In all fairness, though, I accidentally unfriended Mrs. Kragle on Facebook a couple of years back, so it says like we've only been friends for like 2 years.
Yes, you did.
Even though we've like got an anniversary for like 12 years coming up, it's like you've only been friends for 2 years.
I'm pretty sure not. Oh yeah, that was quite funny though.
Yeah. You think it would pick up on the fact that we were friends before that? So
But
It
I'm
might
a
be
well, you know.
Heyo.
Hello. What is this? Okay. I just saw someone post on Discord. There was someone replying to something completely unrelated. Yes, Professor Pericles says I need to yell I'm a beluga whale in a crowded theatre.
Yeah, you definitely do.
I do like Top Gear. I used to anyway. I haven't watched
When it
Top
was the
Gear.
original 3.
Yeah, I haven't watched it in many, many years. Well, but they weren't even the original 3, actually.
No, they weren't the
But,
original 3.
yeah,
But
but it was
Hammond.
Me and Hammond.
Yeah. I haven't
the,
watched the Grand Tour.
The new chaps, Freddie Flintoff and Chris Harris, were at Donington Park last week doing some testing because they cropped up on our timing system there.
Oh.
Yeah.
People know that Sam actually works in race car driving.
I'm
He's
not
not
a race car driver. Let's just clear that up straight
No.
away.
No,
I work in motorsport.
we clear that up because, to be honest with you, that's how he snared his missus, and she's been feeling like she got done for false advertising ever since.
Oh wow!
What is your favorite Top Gear car? I mean, I can't really think of any apart from Oliver.
Oliver
You remember
Oliver was fantastic. Little Datsun.
I also remember the one where they had the boat, the car that turned into a boat, and they tried to cross the English Channel to France.
That did not go well.
Or this is before electric cars and hybrids had really become into mainstream, and they tried making a mainstream electric car, and they fit Hammond in. He was just like in this glass box that fit for the roof, and he was basically putting his head into a greenhouse because he was just cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to love Top Gear.
Yeah, we're going to watch the Grand Tour.
Yeah, there's apparently I saw an article about a new TV show that Clarkson has done, where he's like running a farm for a year.
Yes, I did see that one as well.
Yeah.
That's-
Clarkson's
So
Farm.
Yeah, I'm quite interested to watch that.
So good.
Lightning McQueen is on Top Gear. Oh God, who is this
guy?
Space Time Brick Studio? Can we kick him?
Professor Pericles says, well, farewell. I have a hefty book on the Napoleonic Wars and a nice cup of Earl Grey tea waiting for me.
Oh well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank you
joining.
so much for joining us, and thanks for your comments in the chat. It's been great chatting with you. And I can see we got another question from Black Series Supreme Leader Kylo Sam says, "What Top Gear sets do you like to see?" I mean, they kind of have a lot of it tied up already with
Speed Champions, isn't it?
Speed Champions, but I would quite like to have seen before. It won't happen now, but a little studio setup maybe with the three guys and the steak. I think that would have been cool.
Or one of the crazy inventions.
Yeah, I think just like the wall of cool would have been cool, and the chairs, and I forgot what the ball was called now, but the fastest lap ball, isn't that? Have the stick, so it could be wheeled on by the guys in lab coats.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that would have been good. Okay. Oh, this fire hydrant I keep knocking off. It's held on by one jumper stud, and it's right next to where my hands
Oh,
go.
it's like the one in the firehouse, that little bin.
Yeah, it's
It
not
always-
flying now. These are the
Oh.
spares again.
Spares.
There's lots of spares in here because you get like spares of everything that's like a 1x1.
Oh yeah.
So, oh, that's in my hand.
Right. Well, I hate to do this to you, Cut the Kragle and Mrs. Kragle and Spacetime if you're still there, but I'm going to depart.
No.
I have a pottery.
Yeah.
Pottery class to go to.
Ooh.
Oh my god. He thinks he's Patrick Swayze.
I could be.
Wait, what holiday is in the UK today?
It's Bank Holiday Monday.
Just
That's all it is.
I
Yeah,
mean,
just-
apparently, I looked it up on Jim Blade's stream. Apparently, it's to do with one of the original church holidays.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
it's just what we get so many public holidays. I think because they realise that we get angry if we constantly work.
Are we getting a new extra bank holiday next year?
Supposedly,
So about the King's birthday or something like that.
I don't know, but that's really loud. I forgot what I was going to say now. Yeah.
Distraction.
I was going
Yes.
to say, Sam, you need to stay because this next bag 3, has the Punisher in it.
I really want to stay, but I really can't.
Oh, fine then. Go and put your hands in some clay.
Yeah, I'm going to be
Woo!
molding something. I don't know what. It could turn out to be anything, but I'll send you a picture in the Discord.
Screwdriver.
Could be. But do you know what? If everybody else wants to find out what it is, then become a member. Link your YouTube account to the Discord, and I'll put it in the general chat for all to see. And I'll hopefully speak to both of you again tonight for stream on Spacetime's channel.
Yeah, speak to you then.
Catch you later. Thanks for having me. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
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 I just realised Spacetime's got his camera turned off.
I did turn it off. I did.
You did it a while ago.
Why?
I went to
I feel lonely
refrigerator.
about your forehead.
I'm back.
Hey, there it is. It's the forehead of security.
And look, we have some sunlight coming through the window.
Oh wow, yeah. Or did you just go and rig a light outside your window shining in?
It's 7 a.m. now, so I guess the sun comes up at this time.
Oh crap! This is all falling. Okay, I'm gonna have to be a bit more. I might have to move the camera back a little bit, adjust this because I'm running out of space here. Ha! Running out of space. Time Brick Studio. See what I did there?
I'm in space. Where do you want to go first?
Give you a little bit of a plug there. Oh my god, this is a lot of similar stuff. So that's okay. So apparently I've got to build Carnage first. I actually already have a Carnage minifigure, and I think it's the same as this one, but it's pretty cool to get Carnage. He actually is one of the few LEGO Marvel minifigures to have leg printing.
Whoa, what's that luxury?
I know, that's one thing that really bugs me particularly. I mean, they do it on the DC ones as well, but I feel like it's more common on Marvel to skimp out on the leg printing. Even more annoying than that is when they keep on seesawing back and forth about giving Spider-Man dual molded legs or not, you know?
Yeah, I actually just built 2 sets this weekend that has both versions of Spider-Man.
It's weird, right?
I got the Spider Jet, so I could get Spider-Man Noir, and what's the other one I got? The Ghost Rider car.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't really like that set.
No, got it for the characters. I'm gonna take the sets and
The Ghost Rider
sell it back.
he just looks more like a robot than a flaming skull to me. I don't know. But yeah, the Spider-Man Noir is one of the figures I'm disappointed isn't in this set because he is the only Spider-Verse character that they have an existing minifigure for that isn't included in the set. I don't have him.
And that was my sole motivation for buying that one. And so now I don't have to buy the Venom Saurus thing. But I can just get the Spider-Ham and the Bugle whenever I get it.
Is he in the he's in the Spider-Man?
Yeah, that's his first appearance.
Oh, okay. Why am I missing a piece?
What are you missing?
I'm missing another one of these.
I'm
Yeah.
actually getting a lot of work done on this stream.
Ooh.
So you'll be happy to see some things when the stream's over.
I should have another 2 of these, actually.
Oh, I know it.
No, I don't. I got it wrong. It's all fine.
Oh, and then...
No, I got it wrong. I got it wrong.
Oh,
It's not clear at all what piece that is. That looks way longer in that picture.
it does.
This piece here just looks way longer there. I don't know. Maybe it's the angle. Okay. Anything going on in the chat?
But the Masters are new one in the chat. I'm still hovering because I'm hovering. ICW was lurking and eating lunch, and Sam goes, I'm hanging around in the chat whilst I get to the tube.
Ah, okay.
Oh, Evan Stone says, hello, I'm a huge fan of LEGO Marvel superhero set.
Hello.
Hello.
So we've got a few people here. It's a weird time. Some of my American friends said that there might not be a big turnout for the stream because it's Memorial Day in the States, and also the time as well. But I wanted to stream today because I'm really excited for this set. I would have built it yesterday if I wasn't working. It's bank holiday, so Mrs. Kragle is here. We both have the day off,
Yep.
although normally I tend to be working bank holidays. And yeah, I just wanted to stream at a time that was convenient for me and just hang out. So I don't really mind if there's not many people here. I'm enjoying the conversations that we're having. A little bit gutted that Sam's gone. I feel like I'm all alone now with space time, and he might sort of start lashing back out at me. I won't have any protection, but you know. So this Carnage minifigure, they've gone all out with the accessories on this one. He looks really cool.
Yeah,
What do you reckon?
it's quite cool.
Whoa. Yeah, he what was the Carnage figure I just got in the piece in his right hand. They used that a lot in the Ghost Rider set.
Yeah. I mean, the actual minifigure, the head, torso, and legs is the same, I think, as the one I've already got.
Probably.
I really wish they would have done this in red. Like,
Yeah.
I know there's black in Carnage, but it kind of stands out a bit too much, I feel. I don't think it would be possible, but I'd love them to be able to do a neck attachment which doesn't raise the head so high because it gives them that elongated neck. But I still think it's a pretty good version of Carnage.
They can do it because the bow tie pieces kind of have that indentation, so the head sits lower.
That's very true.
Magic trick.
And on top of getting dual molded, the printed legs, we now have dual molded legs of Punisher, which is really cool. And look at that torso print.
Oh, that is cool.
Does he have a back print at all, or is it just like wrinkles?
He has a back print with
A belt,
and the muscles.
Hey, Jim Theodore. Nice to meet you. Sam goes, you were never alone. Remember stranger danger.
Stranger danger. I really like this Punisher. Like, I'm pretty sure he got shot in the head at one point. Do you want to focus on me? In the comics. But as soon as I saw the image of him with a plaster on his head, it made me think of the Netflix Punisher, John Bernthal, who I've actually met as well.
Yes.
I've met both Daredevil and Punisher.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So
you said plaster, right?
Yeah.
You call it.
Is that a word for like bandage?
Yeah.
You call it Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Plaster. It's just...
Yeah.
Just translating for my transatlantic peeps. But they could probably figure that out from context.
Jack said that looks like a bit like Greg.
I feel like this one has more hair than Greg. I'm gutted he didn't come and join. I feel like that's the only reason Spacetime joined this stream.
I know, that's why I got up at 5 a.m. It's like,
You got to chat with him a little bit in the chat though.
yeah. There's always next time.
Yeah, I mean, I did hold up my end of the bargain. So that was even a bargain. It was just something you demanded of me. Introduce me now. Honestly, on stream, he's a lovely, quiet-spoken gentleman. Behind the scenes, space-time is brutal.
Yeah, you should see our design review meetings.
Is that what we call them?
Yeah, that's what I pull from my engineering world.
Oh, okay.
So,
sounds very professional.
Yeah.
I think the Daily Bugle is going to look so good.
Yeah.
But we have the problem where it's going to go.
If we don't know where it's going to go yet.
I think when I looked at the measurements, this is taller than the Disney castle.
Yeah, I think you said that.
Yeah.
So the place where I was thinking about putting it, it doesn't look like it's going to happen there.
Nope.
Oh, that's the wrong way around. There we go.
So I guess I mentioned it before stream. Sam Jones was asking if I actually went to sleep, and I actually went to bed at midnight, which haven't gone to bed that early in so long. So I planned ahead. I was going to be up, and I got up at 4 and was ready to go.
Wow. Let's see. This is the thing. The first lot of bricks, the first bag, Mrs. Kragle sorted. But once you get to opening bags on stream, it's flying by the seat of your pants. Okay. Who are you? What did you do with the real space time? I know, man. That might explain why he's not being quite as witty today, though. He hasn't got his full doses of sleep, or he's not up at his usual time. It's upset his rhythm.
Yeah, it's this blame it on
That's why
that.
you didn't know who J.K. Simmons was.
Wait, is that the workout guy? Exercise tapes?
Sure. I'm guessing that's an American reference to something, but
Gene Simmons. No, Richard Simmons.
I think Gene Simmons was a kiss, isn't he?
Yeah.
I know. I was thinking, man, like, what? That didn't make it over to the UK. I was made for loving you, baby. I was made for exercise videos. I'll stop.
I can't believe there's so many different shades of blue that LEGO uses.
Yeah.
Because that's the hardest thing I'm having to decipher from our template.
It's your template.
Well, I know. It's just that we don't have the colors labeled. It's like, which shade of blue is this?
I mean, I could send you the JPEG color palette thing that I used, so you could just check those again if you want to.
Yeah.
Would that help?
Yeah, because I'm looking at the skin tone for GC.
Oh, okay. Let me put it. I'll put it in the reference folder. Where is that? Where are you? Come here. Come here now. You vile thing. Bioshock. There you go. It's in the reference folder on the drive.
Oh, that was quick. It's right here.
The best chat on YouTube. It's a bit quiet at the moment. We had some good conversations earlier, though. I'm enjoying the build, to be honest with you. So I'm sorry if I'm a little bit quiet. I blame Mrs. Kragle and Spacetime for not keeping the conversation alive.
How rude.
Yeah.
All right, then what is your favorite?
What's your favorite Lego set, Kragle?
I knew you guys that. What is your favorite character name that uses alliteration?
Oh, God.
J. Jonah Jameson.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's like almost any Marvel character. Fin Fang
Yeah.
Foom, No, I mean,
Most of the like Stan Lee era, I think he was the one who was the biggest fan of it, right?
yeah, Reed Richards. I'm trying to think. Was it on Robot Chicken? They made fun of him for all his alliterations. Or no, I'm probably thinking of Big Bang Theory.
I mean, it's done a few times. I mean, it's not even just him. It's in DC as well. You look at Lois Lane, Lana Lang. I mean, it's CK, but even Clark Kent has that sort of,
Yeah,
you know.
and I mean, it's definitely for children to remember.
Yeah. It's funny, because in the Incredible Hulk TV show and TV movies in the 70s and 80s, they changed his name from Bruce David because they thought Bruce was too camp because of the 60s Batman show. They thought people would think Bruce was a camp name.
Oh, man. That was a weird show.
It was classic. I used to love the reruns of that show. The Lonely Man theme as well. Where have I gone wrong here?
What are you missing?
This.
I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit hungry.
What should we do?
We should get some food.
Yeah.
Do you want to order McDonald's?
Yeah.
Ah,
Don't need to twist my arm. You sure?
yeah.
Okay.
We haven't got any pizza though. We had pizza yesterday. I should wait to have pizza till it's on stream, and then my child members can use the pizza time emoji. I mean, I guess when I get to Peter Parker's minifigure, they could use the pizza time emoji then. From Spider-Man 2. I should have put a clip of that up on here.
Did you want those as well?
Yeah, why not? We can snack on those.
I should have people in space time with the pizza emojis.
What's that, the pizza time emoji?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's another great thing about if you become a channel member, you get custom emojis. And also my channel members, they get to vote on what emojis we get next, because as you get more channel members, you get more slots available to put in your own custom emojis.
Do you want 0? Because that's all they got. And you're like,
They got no Fanta.
mm-hmm.
How dare their faces?
0?
Yeah, I get Coke Zero.
I just had one of my liquid meals because I realized I needed some nutrients if I'm going to be awake.
Yeah. We skipped. Well, I skipped. You have breakfast as well?
I like the coffee.
Oh, okay. I skipped breakfast. I wasn't really feeling breakfast this morning, so not good. You should never skip breakfast. People will skip breakfast as a way of dieting, but it's probably the worst meal to skip because it's the one that kickstarts your metabolism. And it's also, if you don't have breakfast, you're more likely to feel hungry, which then you end up snacking or binging later. I think they said that the meal to skip, if anything, is the evening meal.
And it's interesting. Like my body's finally adapting to my new diet scheme.
Yeah.
So yesterday when I woke up, I had my meal in a bottle
Oh, okay.
called Soylent, and then I didn't eat solid food until 9 p.m. last night, and it's like I wasn't even like starving or anything.
So you're like a baby,
Yeah, pretty much.
like RoboCop. You know RoboCop? He has the little baby food.
No,
Have you never seen RoboCop?
no.
Oh my word!
It's just something I know about through just cultural osmosis again. Like I know all the I'd buy that for $1 and
Oh my god, though, RoboCop is such a good film. It's
it's on my to watch list.
that level of satire in it as well. But oh my word! It's
Because
funny that I used to watch that as a kid. Like looking back now, it's like, how was I allowed to watch this as a kid? But then the thing is, they used to do a RoboCop like cartoon and stuff like that. I mean, RoboCop 3 was, and that was trying to compete with Terminator 2, so they full on went into like making it child friendly and having him with a jetpack and stuff. But even when RoboCop 1 came out, they had a cartoon series and they had lunch boxes and backpacks and stuff, and toys.
I did write it down. Actually,
Yeah. I can't believe. If you're not familiar with Space Time, because I often stream on his channel, he has not seen a lot of stuff.
But I will put this out there. I am a fan of the director's later film, like Starship Troopers, which I think is great satire. So
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to RoboCop when I get the chance to.
Have you seen?
Because what's his name? Paul
Total Recall.
Verhoeven?
Yeah, Paul Verhoeven. Yeah.
What have I seen?
Total Recall.
Yes. Is that his film as well?
Yeah. Well, the original, not the Colin Farrell one, the Arnold Schwarzenegger one.
Yeah.
The
Oh, I
other
forgot they remade that.
No.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I figured it would be.
Yeah. I mean, I sound like I'm shitting on Colin Farrell. I really like Colin Farrell. It just so happens he's been in a lot of terrible movies. But I actually really like Colin Farrell. He was fantastic in the first Fantastic Beasts movie. So when Johnny Depp took over and just did a abysmal job, it made it even worse because the fact that we had Colin Farrell just knocking out the park in the first film.
Apparently, Liam's building one of the Shang-Chi sets.
Ooh.
Nice. I like the dragon
Shang-Chi
one.
is, I found mildly interesting, the trailer, but again, it was nothing that made me think, wow, I need to see this movie right away. It felt, very similar to the Iron Fist Netflix show and what they were trying to show off and everything.
Oh god, Iron Fist.
If like a better version of that, but
I saw an interesting theory about the Shang-Chi movie because the 10 rings seem to be worn as like arm bands.
yeah.
So I saw people hypothesizing that the dragon in Shang-Chi is going to end up being like a Fin Fang Foom, which at one point had control of the 10 rings. So those armbands are actually finger size for a dragon.
Yeah, makes sense. It's funny how both with the Mandarin, the 10 Rings, and even Fing Van Foom were all originally Iron Man villains, right?
Yep. Yeah.
And he's not even around now.
No, Evan goes, hi there, Kragle. I'm a huge fan of you.
You see that?
Evan Stone.
Hello there. Right, so that's nice of you to say. Thank you for joining us and being here. I'm lost count what I'm doing.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not you. I'm just when you
I'm
got a
always
stack of
distracting
loads
you.
of the same type of bricks on one another. I'm not a fan of doing that because one, it's not particularly interesting to put together, and two, it's very easy to lose count. But I gotta do one more of those, I think. I'm actually quite surprised at how the first part is coming together. It's not built at all like how I thought it would.
I will say I'm most excited. I am excited for Shang-Chi because the lead actor Simu Liu is on a Canadian sitcom that I watch that I enjoy him on. So I'm excited to see where his career goes after this.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fine. It just didn't get me hyped, but I definitely thought it looked more appealing than the Eternals teaser trailer.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
There was some things in there that I felt looked a bit too similar. Like I said, it very much felt a bit like they were doing the whole similar story of Iron Fist, which wasn't done very well in its own show. Also the subway or train fight just made me think of the one in Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
I know it's probably different,
because I think they're trying to make the connection that Shang-Chi's dad is the Mandarin.
Yeah, he's the real Mandarin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, after they botched the Mandarin in Iron Man 3.
I mean, I might be in the minority of this, but I actually like that.
Well, it's been nice having you on the stream space time. I'm sorry that you gotta go now.
Well, I meant because it turned out to actually not be the Mandarin. So
yeah, I mean,
why
once it turned out that there was, I mean, when they did is it Hail to the King, the short film, and they said that actually there is still a Mandarin out there, that kind of, that kind of helped it, but it still upset me because I thought Ben Kingsley up until that point was doing a great job of sort of modernizing the Mandarin. To me, like someone else, like I'm not even a massive comics Iron Man fan. Like I know him mostly through Civil War and through other comics. I've read like the Extremis saga and stuff like that. But one of my friends who like his top superhero, like mine is Batman, his is Iron Man. He said it would be like watching The Dark Knight, and midway through, Bruce Wayne, not Batman, but Bruce Wayne, finds the Joker, and it's not the Joker, but it's Heath Ledger burping and making farting jokes on watching basically Australian football. That is basically what happens because in the film, like he's not even Iron Man, he's Tony Stark with like a sock with some electrical tape on it,
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
See as a comic fan how it would be so upsetting, and again, it's taken away something and playing it for laughs. It's almost like they didn't have the conviction to keep with the Mandarin they were going on because they know that it's a character steeped in controversy because it comes from an era where there wasn't particularly a lot of racial sensitivity or anything like that,
Yeah.
So they're like, oh, we're trying to update it. Actually, let's make it a joke.
I know I'm definitely in the minority, but I do like Iron Man 3, just because it was mostly Tony Stark working without his suit.
I didn't enjoy the film. I just didn't like it. It also didn't even feel like a natural progression from the other two Iron Man films. Like, in the first two Iron Man films, he goes against people with technology, and this one, there's suddenly superpowers involved. And yeah, okay, he's fought aliens, but there was no sort of like even acknowledgement of that step up. Suddenly he's a detective as well, and he does the whole crime scene thing. It's like, when have we ever seen Tony Stark do any detective work before? It just didn't work for me at all. And I feel like it's also it was the start of the end for Shane Black. Like, he was a prolific writer in the 80s and early 90s in Hollywood for action movies and buddy cop movies in particular. And then he did Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which was his directing debut, and arguably one of the main reasons that Downey Jr. got hired to play Tony Stark. And then he came and did Iron Man 3, and then since then he hasn't done a single good movie. The Shang-Chi sets have a lot of the same faces in other LEGO sets. Yeah, that is one thing I will say about the Shang-Chi sets is I feel like LEGO really messed up with what face prints they use for the characters. They've not done unique face prints for majority of the characters, including the lead character. That alone is pretty bad, but the ones that they've chosen, they've used for Caucasian actors. So it's like they've not even acknowledged the fact that, this film is going to have a primarily Asian or Oriental cast in the same way that Black Panther had a predominantly black cast.
But with a face decal, like, I don't really see how LEGO face decals like the note raise, if you know what I mean.
Well, they've done them before, other ones. I mean, even if you look at like the Samurai one that came in the CMF series, okay, that was yellow skin tone, but it clearly had Oriental features. They did them in the Indiana Jones sets.
Really? Okay, I guess.
I think it's also the fact that they're using an existing print which has been used to represent a Caucasian actor already. If it was a new face print, but it didn't have anything that was obviously Asian about it, I think it would be less of a sting. But it's almost sort of not even acknowledging.
I can get that, yeah. But to me, it's like when I see a face print, like on a Lego piece, it's like I don't see it as like purely Caucasian or Asian or
I don't know about that because you have ones with different skin colors.
Well, yeah, I'm excluding skin color.
There was something that Cafe Con Lego mentioned on one of her streams, and I hadn't even considered it until she mentioned it. But it raised an interesting point where she was talking about whether LEGO should get rid of the yellow skin tone and just have all different, more realistic flesh tones. And she said, like, she gets the reason that they have the yellow one is so that it could be anyone. Like, it's not got any race associated with it. But she said that herself, and she thinks the majority of people, if they had a yellow minifigure, and you said to the person like, "What race do you think this character is?" People would assume they were Caucasian, they were white. And I hadn't even thought of it that way, but I can see like where she's coming from, and I feel like Lego to fault with that because even going back to Star Wars,
I was
introduced the the darker skin tone. When they introduced that, they still maintained yellow for the white characters.
And I will 100% say that was a huge mistake. Like, I believe Lando should have still had the classic yellow.
Well, no, I'm fine with them giving him the reddish brown or dark brown. I can't remember which color they used, to represent his race. But if they were doing that, they should have gone, right, we're doing pink or light flesh or whatever color you want to call it for the Caucasian actors. Because what they did then, by keeping yellow for the white actors and then changing it for Lando, was say, oh, pretty much all the yellow minifigures that you have are actually white people.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They should have Lando should have been yellow, in my opinion. Because by them making him the only different skin tone, is you're saying, oh, he's different from the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the other way. I agree with the point. I feel like that is the point. If they're going to adopt one skin color for one person, they should just don't go away with the yellow for all licensed ones. I don't think it was a bad thing that they did a black minifigure, but it was wrong to keep the white characters as yellow because you were pretty much drawing a line around it, which. So yeah, I mean, until she said it, I hadn't even thought about it. I've always said like, oh yeah, I'm fine with the yellow ones for normal Lego minifigures because they're whatever race you want to be. But when she mentioned that and I thought about it, I was like, damn, she is right. So that kind of ties in with the Shang-Chi thing. Where I feel like Lego just dropped the ball on that. Oh, why is this not going in?
Yeah. And then it's also at the same time, it's like they run into the predicament of how many skin tones should they have.
Yeah, I mean,
because,
there's the whole thing
nougat, medium nougat, light nougat, and reddish brown, like, doesn't really cut it,
There was a whole thing with the Harry Potter with is it Cho
Chang?
So yeah, they've given her like really dark skin.
Right.
Well, not really pretty dark, but they've given her darker. Like in the film, she has really pale
medium
skin.
nougat, yeah.
Well, she has paler than I would say a Caucasian. She has almost like very, very, very pale features. But they it's I get the pitfalls of creating different skin tones for everyone when there's such a variety of pigment across humanity. But I definitely feel like they messed up with the Shang-Chi sets with what they decided to do to reuse that existing face print, which they previously used for prominent white characters. And I have some McDonald's. This
well, that was fast.
By McDonald's.
I didn't ask that sauce.
Got sweet curry sauce. What sauce do you ask for?
Sweet and sour.
Oh.
And that's another thing with me. Like, I can't notice when face prints are reused.
You don't, or you do?
I don't, because I'm not that super familiar with them. So I'm like, yeah, that kind of looks like the character, and I'm happy with it. So it's something I've never really complained about, because I'm like, if it fits the character. Like, I only know about it because people complain about Ant-Man and Peter Parker having the same face, and I'm like, oh, I never took notice,
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
But
the one in DC, the equivalent is they keep on giving the Bruce Wayne face to everyone, like Lex Luthor and all that. They'll have the same one. I think I'm gonna turn my camera off now for a little bit whilst I have some food. So what I might do is make Spacetime full screen so you can see his delightful features. But I'll still be here talking away, and if anyone has anything in the chat to say, let us know.
All right.
There you go. The pressure's on now, Spacetime. This is your moment to shine.
Let's look at all these beautiful minifigs in the back that I don't care about what their faces look like because I'm facially blind.
You're facially blind?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a real visual impairment. I think you made that up.
I'm trying to think what the actual condition's called, but there are people who can't discern one face from another.
Oh right, yeah. It has to do with the brain. It has to do with cognitive.
Yeah, Tig Notaro. Is that her name? Yeah, she can't remember faces. But,
Yeah. Sorry, I got a mouthful of burger. No, definitely there is there's because the whole thing with the human brain is that it's programmed to recognize faces, and that's why we see faces and other stuff like clouds and stuff like that, you know. But there is a condition where that part of the brain doesn't work the way that it should do, and some people have difficulty remembering faces, but they can remember everything else. They can function otherwise. It's just with faces, they might just get stumped. It's interesting.
So I have that just with Lego minifigs.
So, if I came in to your studio and I replaced all the minifig faces with the same generic classic Lego face, you wouldn't even notice.
I would probably notice that one.
If I changed them all for the Ant-Man, Spider-Man face print, would you notice?
We're starting to get into a situation. I mean,
he's not 100% sure, is he?
yeah. I mean, we would have to try it and see, run an experiment.
Interesting.
But yeah, I mean, I wish I could show what's on my screen right now because that's definitely more interesting.
Apparently, Lee wants McDonald's chicken nuggets.
Yeah. This is good. I'm sorry. I'm just hungry.
I got my sweet and sour sauce from the other time.
How much longer do you think you're going to go today? Because I think you usually do about 3 hours, right?
Normally, yeah. I might go to 3.5 today just for the set.
Okay.
Just to see if anyone from the old states wakes up and sees us.
I know. It's like, come on.
I have to say, I love those art prints of Buffy minifigures. Where'd you get those from?
Those are by Kevin Hinkle.
Oh!
And he no longer does those anymore.
Yeah, he's someone who's definitely been hurt by the Lego group.
So I support him in other ways now by just I am a monthly patron of him on his Patreon.
Nice. He's a very talented artist.
Yes.
I think he's got a YouTube channel as well. I'm subscribed to that. So
yeah,
I tend to keep on missing like his live stream, so I tend to get updated more through his Instagram page than
because he live streams every Friday morning, and he's on the East Coast in Connecticut, and I'm on the closer to the West Coast, so it's like even super early for me. And as you guys know, I don't usually wake up until 10 a.m.
Yeah, I thought it was 2 p.m.
Well, that's when I stream is 2 p.m. So I give myself some time to get some work done.
I mean, you do live in this weird time zone that only exists on that one mountain.
Yep.
Did you see the screenshot I put in your Discord?
I was just gonna say I heard the Discord go off. I didn't look at it.
Oh, this was a couple of days back.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, because I was watching the film Paul, and they go to the boundary, the state boundary, where it says set your, I don't know, you set your clocks, your watches, an hour forward, I think, and it says mountain time. And me and Sam thought that space time was making up the whole mountain time being a time zone. What's really funny though is in that shot, I don't know if that actually is the real border, but the land around it looks so flat.
Yeah.
Like, this is mountain time where there are no mountains.
Well, it's definitely on the border of mountain time zone with Pacific time zone because you're going down from the Rockies,
Right.
Of course, because it's going to transition to the ocean soon. Because as I've stated, like here in Idaho, I'm at the foothills of the Rockies, and I'm down in the valley. What's that?
Sorry, I was just saying hello to Canadian.
Oh,
Another one of our lovely channel members just popped in the chat.
So he would know all about Mountain Time Zone because the Rockies extend all the way up there as well.
So is Canada in Mountain Time Zone? Is it?
I mean, Canada has like almost all the same time zones that the U.S. has.
Oh, okay. Just better.
Yeah, just more northern. I mean, lots of planets have a north. So yeah, I'm gonna be. Well, of course, I'm staying up late tonight, but I'm definitely gonna see how many Everyone is Awesome sets I can buy.
Ooh.
So I'm hoping I can get 3, but limit's probably gonna be 2. And I'm going to be super excited. Well, my color is definitely faded a lot. I'm getting my color redone on the 11th. But the blue hairpiece that's coming in that set, brand new, is going to be perfect for my sig fig. So I need to start designing the rest of my figure.
Yeah, you don't really have a sig fig yet, do you?
I don't, because it's like I'm like places where I would want to use it, the Lego group doesn't want me to use it, you know. So it's like
you still want to get in the land, don't you?
Yeah, so it's just like I kind of just held off from doing it because it's like, but at the same time, it's still fun.
Yeah, I'm just not interested in the land anymore.
Do you plan on building all 3? Building one for sure. Yeah, we're gonna build one completely as a set. Another one's gonna just be for a monochrome display, and third one's just gonna keep sealed for a while.
Makes sense. I mean, I love it just as a set anyway. Like I wanted to start a mono minifigure collection for a while, so this is just like a starter pack almost,
Yeah. And I have some cool videos I want to do with the set. Maybe just one video. I say videos, but
what? You actually put content out?
I know. It's been I mean, I made a lot of progress with the studio this weekend. I started filming the medieval blacksmith shop with all the new gear and the slider.
Ooh.
And, yeah, it's looking good. I'm excited for it.
Wow, we have a new contestant to enter the arena, I think is how they say it. I prefer a new jelly wrestler entering the ring. I know that Spacetime's going to be super excited about this. It is the one and only Brickitect.
Hello.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I've got some Mackie D's here.
Oh,
That was then Spacetime take the helm. I know that he's super, super excited right now because you are his idol.
the honor is mine. I just want that minifig wall behind him. I'm just gonna go over and grab every one of those off of there.
Yeah, it's been quite. Just started collecting again about 2 years ago, and it's like I figured base plates on the wall was the best way to display them all.
Heck yeah! What are you gonna do about dust though? Because
I know it's. I usually take a feather duster once in a while, and it's like I'm like, should I get some glass enclosure? And it's like I never want to put stuff behind glass because it's like, oh, I want to be able to touch it when I want to.
Yeah.
And so it's like, but at the same time, it's like I don't want to be dusting all the time.
Oh, I did a community stream once, and there was a kid that came in and had his minifigs in like glass enclosures. It looked amazing. Like he put some time into it, or his dad did, or something. But it did look good. What if you had like almost like a thing where you opened it up in the front? It was like on a hinge, but that would just get kind of expensive, I think.
Yeah, I'm still in bet because I just saw Wicked Bricks released a new minifig glass case.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see how much those are going to actually cost.
Oh my goodness! I tried looking at the one for the Batmobile, and it was like more than the Batmobile. So
yeah.
I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to spend $200 to to keep the dust off of something that costs $200.
Yeah, I was like that. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm gonna get a case for this, and then I was like, no, I'm not actually. It's gonna cost more than the actual Lego sets.
Yeah,
Like when
Kragle,
you
you are killing it with the build there, man. It's going up.
Oh, thanks, man. It's really interesting. I did not think that the first or ground floor of this building was going to be built this way. It's a lot of like columns, I guess, really. So
Yeah, it makes it look like you got a lot done, because it's the height of it. Oh, you got the Punisher, dude.
yeah, someone later on said it looks a bit like you, but I said it has too much hair.
That's true. Darker hair, too much hair. Maybe if I got the Punisher shirt and I dyed my hair black, I could probably pull it off. Maybe,
yeah.
I saw a really cool Venom shirt yesterday that somebody in the Discord linked to. I think it's called QWERTYs.com or something like that.
Oh, QWERTY, yeah.
Oh, I love
Yeah, they have a Ghostbusters one, which I thought you would like, but they also have a Skynet one. They've got an Optimus Prime one that I was liking. Chris saw the Godzilla one, and they had one that had like Venom's face on it. The shirt was black with white, but it glows in the dark, and I thought that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I love QWERTY t-shirts. I've got a lot from there.
How's the quality? Chris said they're pretty good.
Yeah, they're really good. They're better than some store-bought ones.
Really?
Like, to me, like, if you went to a shop, I don't probably don't have it in America, but like Primark in the UK is known for having like affordable clothing, but they get lots of licenses. But when they have like the licensed t-shirts, they may be officially licensed, but the quality feels like knockoff. It feels like, some sort of like crunchy, like vinyl transfer.
Yeah.
Whereas QWERTY, they are proper good quality and they last a long time. I've got some I've had for like 5 years and they don't look faded at all.
I think
Oh,
I've
nice.
already ordered. If you do, I think it's like 12 orders, you get a free t-shirt as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I shop a lot on
You
QWERTY.
got like a stamp card, basically,
Hey, I don't. You should get the Cobra Kai shirt they have on there. I think that would be really great for you, Kragle, unless you already have it.
I don't think I have that one, no.
Yeah, it's like the giant cobra kind of standing up. It's a black shirt with like the yellow and red on it. It looks pretty awesome.
Might be a
I
new
did want to
one.
get the Cobra Kai hoodie with the logo on the back
Oh,
when I hit the gym.
and then you go and you say, "Sweep the leg."
No mercy.
I'm choosing my costume.
It was kind of funny this past weekend. We had a
Ooh, I'm trying to hit that Canadian. I hope she's okay. Blimey.
Uh-oh.
Ouch.
I really hope she's okay. Thanks for stopping by if you do have to shoot off.
Holy moly!
Ouch.
Yeah, I don't think Space Time's seen Cobra Kai.
no, I have.
I know.
I was gonna say you were on one of my streams when I was working on my dojo mock.
Yeah, me and Sam were like giving you help about how to do the chest of drawers.
Oh, that's cool.
And if you want to see a picture of Space Time's Cobra Kai dojo mock, it's on my Discords where channel members can all see it. So, another great reason to join the Cut the Kragle channel memberships.
Tell me about some of the other benefits.
Emoji.
I just
Come
put a chicken
on,
nugget in my mouth.
I'm trying here.
We also do members only live streams, which are great fun. We have a great hangout. We also do members only polls. I was saying earlier that a few of my videos, we've done the ranking voted for by channel members, like the top 10 most wanted Lego themes that Lego will never make, and also the project that me and Space Time are working on, a top secret custom project. That has also had a voting by our channel members as well on there. Plus, we also welcome you during the live stream with the epic Beluga Whale Wave. You have some amazing custom emojis. I'm trying to think what else is on there. I guess shout outs and videos, something like that. I think it's one of them.
You had me until the beluga whale.
The Beluga Whale.
I was about to click the button, and then you said that, and I completely went.
There you
off.
go. Ice Typical 35's just used one of our cool custom emojis.
This one does not like showing, so I can't show it.
Yeah, it doesn't show on the stream yet. In fact, I actually did a new video for this stream as a kind of little advertisement for my channel members. I don't know if you saw it. I played it right at the start of the stream. I think it might be worth playing again since we're
Yeah, I was a little late. I need to see it.
All right, then let's play it now then.
It's all my fault. I drove Spider-Man away. Spider-Man was a hero. I just couldn't see it. He was a thief! A criminal! He stole my suit. He's a menace to the entire city. I want that wall-crawling arachnid prosecuted. I want him strung up by his web. I want Spider-Man!
Wow. That was legit.
Right? I got Sam Raimi to direct that for me.
Wow.
And J.K. Simmons starred in it as well.
That's crazy, man.
That's the real J.K. Simmons there.
I knew they were big fans. I didn't know they were doing all that.
Yep. Oh, hello. Yeah. Darth Gojira, or Christopher Mitstopher, as he's otherwise known, is in the chat. Hello, hello, hello.
Chris, how do you like my picture, Kragle? I had my default, so I was like, took a picture of the floor with my brick separators.
For a second, I thought it was a stock image, and then I recognized your carpet, and I'm just like,
yeah.
Why do I recognize his carpet?
I might just change it up every time, but I didn't want to be Mr. Default anymore. Where did all my stuff go anyway? Like, I'm signed up through StreamYard. Like, where's all my stuff?
Did it get deleted when you canceled the paid-for subscription or something? Or?
It might have, because I was a paid person for a bit.
Yeah, so was I, actually, but my stuff stayed. I don't know. Weird.
I was thinking about signing up again. The one thing that I like, there's like that $25 plan. I don't know what it is in the UK, but it's like the one thing they don't have is 1080p recording with that. Other than that, it's like you get rid of limits. They record your videos or whatever. They've you can have more than X number of people join, I guess, and you get rid of the branding, which is the most important thing, I think. But like, why don't they have 1080p recording or streaming? That just seems crazy.
Well, when mine expired, because I had a month on there.
Yeah.
The premium one. I had an email from their retentions department saying, "Oh, if you want to come back, we can do a special deal for you where you have all the benefits of premium, but for only $10 a month, except it will still have the StreamYard logo." And I was like, well, that's the one thing that I don't want, so no thanks.
Yeah. You should have been like, do you know who I am? I am Cut the Kragle, and I demand you pay me to use this. They're like, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The thing with StreamYard is that it's so easy to use, but because you get so much for free, I think they have a hard job convincing people to upgrade. Because the free service is already so good.
Yeah, like for what they do for free, it's like a great service. And then they're like, there's no like $5 plan, $10 plan. It's like straight to $25. And what you get for that is so minimal that there's just no justification for it. But don't tell them that, because they'll change it.
Don't tell them.
Maybe they're trying to suck everybody in, and then they're going to be like, hey, you know this thing that you've been using and enjoying for the last couple years? It's now $9.99 a month.
Yeah. I can see that happening.
I think that's kind of how everything kind of goes eventually. But
I'm trying to think of an example, but I'm drawing a blank here. But I'm sure there's been stuff like that where it's been good and been cheap or been free, and then all of a sudden it's just jacked up.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Anchor to do that. That's who I do like the podcast stuff through, and it's free now. And it's like, what are you guys getting out of this? Like, you don't just get things for free. What's going to happen?
Right. So yeah, because where is StreamYard's revenue coming from with the free subscription? Because they don't have ads or anything on here like YouTube do. So
yeah,
where are they getting the money from?
See, that's what I think. I think it's just brand recognition, which is why they want that logo up there. And then once they get enough people, they're going to do something.
Yeah, could be.
You usually don't operate a business just out of charity like that, because it's costing them money to do all this.
Sure.
What's the catch?
I don't trust it.
I'm deleting this stream right now.
Yeah, I realized as well that basically what you're doing right now is flexing your wealth.
What do you mean?
The ultra rare orange brick separator.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I'm sorry if I, made anyone feel poor, because I have dozens of these.
Oh, here he goes.
It was a matter of either buying a third vacation home or investing in a few more brick separators, and I decided to take the brick separator route.
Do you want to see how big a fan Spacetime is that he's took on your words of wisdom of investing in brick separators?
Oh, genius.
Yeah.
To the moon!
There we go. We got some black ones in there.
Wow. This guy's a billionaire. Elon Musk.
Literally a money bag.
Yeah.
But yeah, the StreamYard monthly subscription, I do pay for that, and then the other monthly subscription that's painful is the Adobe one.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's like the suite, right? You get, what is that, $50 a month, or
It's 50.
Yeah.
But I've been able to talk them down the past few years to $30 a month.
Okay. You called Mr. Adobe. You're like, Mr. Adobe, can we have an honest conversation here?
It's actually Mrs. Adobe, and it's really sexist that you assume it's a man.
Oh, I apologize.
Can everyone go to Brickatech and now cancel their membership?
It's funny because I started out at the student pricing level, and then when that expired, I went to cancel my subscription. They asked why I was leaving. I said it was too much. And they're like, "Oh, what if you just do another year at this price level?" I'm like, "Okay." And I've just been doing that every year for like the past 4 years.
Mrs. Adobe emailed you, and she's like, "Spacetime, you've been in school now for the last 17 years."
Yeah, I remember when I had my student account for my undergrad for 3 years, and I went back to a classic account then, bank account, I mean, and because I had sort of like a year in the industry, and then I went back to do my masters, and I tried getting a student account, and they were like, "You can't be a student more than once." So I was like, "Of course you can. I'm doing a postgrad," and they were like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "What about people who do multiple degrees or like change the specialist subject, and have another extra year on?" They're like, "Oh, we didn't think about that."
They were testing you to see if
and
you
I'm
were
putting
bluffing.
you in charge of my money,
But at the same time, the monthly subscription has also made Adobe affordable and not be pirated.
Yeah.
Because like back in the day, the whole Creative Suite was like $1,400.
Yeah,
And
Dude,
it's like,
in like the early 2000s, my friend gave me a burnt disc with Photoshop on it. I don't know how he got it, but that was kind of nice back then when I was in high
Do
school.
you remember back in the days of uTorrent,
Yeah.
LimeWire? Yeah, because
I haven't pirated anything in a long time. Like I used to have Pirate Bay. There was remember Napster. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember that.
I don't know even know where you would go nowadays. I feel like this stuff has got so cheap. There's no need for it.
Yeah, like you can get a song. Like I think a big part of it was just accessing it, but now you can get a song for $1 and some change on iTunes or whatever, wherever you listen to stuff, or you can just have like Spotify or YouTube Music or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember downloading like a 4-minute song on dial-up, and it would take like 25 minutes to download the song. It was ridiculous.
Oh, I remember having to download funny videos. Like someone's like, "Oh, hey, there's this video where they get the WhatsApp, the WhatsApp."
Oh yeah.
Budweiser, and they put it on different like scenes in Star Wars. And I remember like going onto Kazaa, searching for it and downloading it. Nowadays, you just watch it on YouTube, But it like took like a 4-hour venture of having to find the right torrent with like good peers on there, and then like download it on dial-up. And then my mum came in and went on the phone, so it knocked me off midway through. I was like, "Oh wow."
I forgot about that. Back when you were on the internet, no one could make a phone call to or out of your house because you were using the line.
Yeah.
Wow.
On the line. Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know why we get a second line. I guess probably because it costs money. That's weird.
Yeah, they used to cost a lot though, phone line rentals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched a video last night. I don't know if you've heard of this dude on YouTube. He's like, I think his name is the Video Game Historian, and he did a video on the Sega modem, the Mega modem.
I think so. I think I've heard that guy. Yeah.
It was a thing that you could add to your Sega Mega Drive or Sega Genesis, and you could play games online through a telephone line with other people. But it was a giant failure apparently. But it was cool to see, like back in 1988 or 89, like online gaming was actually a thing then, which is crazy.
That is the thing. Like the Dreamcast was like the first console to have like a proper built-in modem to it.
Yeah.
And the idea was online gaming, and people like snuffed. I remember Sony of all people were like, "There's no market for online gaming. People will just play local split screen and stuff like that."
Oops.
And convinced everyone not to go over to Sega because there was no thing for online gaming, and then went and did it themselves.
Yeah, I definitely bet on the wrong horse when it was the Dreamcast, PlayStation 2 time. I was like, Dreamcast is where it's at, baby. Like,
I mean, I ended up getting both, but I don't feel like I bet on the wrong horse because the Dreamcast was phenomenal. I feel like it was massively ahead of its time.
Oh, I loved it. I don't think you probably not in sports games, but I loved it just for like the Sega sports games were so good. And there was like I remember seeing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, I think maybe, or 3 on PlayStation 1. My friend had it on, and I got it in Dreamcast. I'm like, look at this.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. My friend had the PlayStation, because it's weird, a lot of PlayStation games were redone for Dreamcast, and my friend had the Spider-Man game, which we were talking about earlier, Links to the Set.
Oh, good one.
Also, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. And like he was like, "Oh, these games are awesome." I was like, "Yeah, they are." But come and look at my Dreamcast graphics, and it was like night and day. He was like, "What?" But yeah, I mean, even stuff like they had the VMU memory card where you could put like mini games on and you can take and stuff. And that was ahead of his time. They basically had the Poker Walker before, 15 years before it came out.
Basically,
it was so good. But Sega's problem was never sort of in terms of like innovation or quality of stuff. It was, I think, just about making stuff marketable.
Yeah, they just never really they never controlled the industry the way like Nintendo did. And then Sony just came in and just destroyed everybody.
I think they did it reasonably. I think they did pretty good when it was just sort of them and Nintendo. And I think they thought for years it would just be them two. And then when Sony came in, who were already a behemoth in other areas of, they had so much money behind them, they just wiped them out. It was Microsoft pretty much did that as well to an extent. You have companies who have wealth from a different industry or a different area, and they come into, an industry that's controlled by companies that are smaller. They can just throw money at it and just knock them out.
Yeah, I saw an article recently that said that Microsoft has never made any profit on any console they've ever sold.
I could believe that.
Isn't that crazy that you could literally have this product multiple products that you've been selling for the last 15 years or 20 years basically, and you've never made any profit on it?
Yeah.
What company could survive like that?
It's because of how they make stuff on other stuff, though, isn't it?
It's the games,
it's almost like a lost leader,
it's the services, it's the Game Pass. Like, I think that's the future of gaming is a Netflix subscription style where they just throw games on there and you pay them every single month whether you're playing or not.
Oh yeah, I mean the Game Pass is fantastic.
I love it, dude.
I love it.
I know PlayStation.
The thing is, it's almost going back to the Blockbuster era of renting games.
Yeah. I love just to kind of scroll through there and you're like, oh, I'm going to try that game out. And if you like it, cool. If you don't like it, delete it. The only thing that can make it better is if you could just stream the game without downloading it would be like really nice. But I understand.
I feel like that's going to be in the future. I feel like that's not the current generation or even the one, the new one. I think it's the one after that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to come.
Like I've seen a game that I want to play and it's like, oh, I have to wait 75 hours for a 150 gigabyte game to download. Okay, I'll be back.
Wasn't one of the consoles that Google made supposed to do that? It's like you don't install the games, you just stream it directly from
Stadia
server.
It was supposed to be like you didn't even need a console. You just you need a controller and something to look at it on, basically, whatever that thing is. But I don't think anybody really got behind it, so it kind of just flopped.
Yeah, I mean it's funny because you look at Sega, and I remember the Sega Saturn, in terms of specs, blew the PlayStation out of the water, let alone the N64, and yet it did terribly. And that was basically the beginning of the end for Sega. They already took a hit on the Sega CD, but that was meant to be an add-on to the Mega Drive, or Genesis in the States. And
I'd love to see the Genesis or Mega Drive when people have all of the stuff added onto it, like the CD then the 32X, which is sitting in the top of it. It's a behemoth when you put that stuff all together.
Yeah. Did you watch the Sonic live stream? They're releasing a new Sonic collection. It's going to have Sonic 1, 2, Sonic 3, Sonic Knuckles, and Sonic CD games on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I have so many compilations of the Sonic games, but I've never played Sonic CD. So that would be the one.
I played it. I've never owned it. One of my cousins had the Sega CD, and he had that on there, and I remember playing it.
Oh.
I think it was one of the first Sonic games to have like proper cutscenes.
Okay,
ones, but yeah.
I remember being blown away. Like I never experienced that. So when I got my first PlayStation and I saw them play live video in the beginning of this motocross game that I got, I was just like, holy crap. This is actually in a video game. I mean, it was just a video file that was playing. It was probably in 6p or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was really cool to see because I had been coming from Nintendo 64 at that point. But it was neat.
There was a few stuff like that. I mean, even on the Sega Saturn, I remember they had a game, I think it was Sonic Jam, that at the time was a Sonic compilation, but it also had this extra thing called Sonic World, and it was the first proper 3D version of Sonic. It was kind of a test, I guess, for Sonic Adventure. And it was very limited. It was like a little bit. You went round, and it was basically the world, the hub, was basically like a menu for the special features you unlocked. They had like loads of like adverts and trailers and episodes of like from Japan of Sonic and stuff. This really obscure stuff on there.
Oh, that's interesting.
It was really cool, but yeah.
R.I.P. Sega. At least they're still making games, though. I guess that's the important thing. Like, I don't care if I'm playing Sonic or whatever on Nintendo or playing it on PlayStation. At least they're still coming out with stuff.
Yeah, I know we joke about the whole Olive Garden thing, but I loved the Sonic movie. That film had so much heart, and I honestly didn't think it was going to be anywhere near as good as it was. But I was blown away to see that did better than Detective Pikachu. I couldn't believe that.
Wow.
Yeah. It did better at the box office than Detective Pikachu. It had a lower budget as well, which makes it even more of a win for Paramount and Sega.
I need to finish that movie. I think maybe the whole detective thing kind of threw people off. I think it's just called the movie like Pokemon, the live action movie or something. I don't know.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I remember being disappointed because I kind of wanted basically a live action adaptation of like Red and Blue, or
Sure.
Yellow. No, yeah, but I guess they had that covered with the anime. And I think a lot of people were thinking the same thing. They kind of wanted a live action version of the first season of the Pokemon anime. But honestly, Detective Pikachu, again, a film with a lot of heart, and I love the world building in it. I'm a little bit gutted we're not going to get the sequel that they originally intended, but it works as a standalone film anyway.
Oh, is it getting cut? They're not.
I think Justice Smith. I think he said that. Yeah, it pretty much got nixed by COVID and stuff. So
I watched the very beginning of it. I think we started watching it, then I had to go do something, and I just never came back to it. I should finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say finish it off. It definitely feels, it's one of those family films where the plot is so predictable, but it has got a lot of heart. I love the world building, just the Easter eggs in the background and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The fact they filmed it mostly in London as well is hilarious. But yeah, I enjoyed both those films, Pikachu and Sonic movie. Obviously, as a Sega guy rather than Nintendo, like I like DC and Marvel, I love both, but my heart belongs to Sega. I probably am a bit biased, but I do think Sonic kind of just beats it.
Yeah, I don't think you have to pick a team. You can love everything. Like I went back and forth between consoles, and I love Mario and Sonic. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
Why do people make you have to pick like a team or a side?
I mean, I think everyone has a preference. Like
in the 90s, you had to, I guess, because it wasn't common to be like, right now you could have a PlayStation 4 and an Xbox One or whatever. It wasn't common to have a Nintendo and a Sega at the time.
No, you had to have one or the other.
Yeah. So you had to pick your team, and then like you had to defend your team and your decision that you made.
It was weird though, because I remember in high school at the time, everyone had a Sega Mega Drive, the Genesis in the States. But then everyone also had a Game Boy, not a Game Gear. So it was like Sega for home console, Nintendo for handheld,
Did I tell you my Game Boy Game Gear story when I got mine?
I think so, but I can't remember it.
I got a Game Gear one year for Christmas, and I thought it was so cool. Like, I was pumped, and I took it over to my cousins. We were going like visiting right after Christmas, and they had happened to get a Game Gear at the same exact time. So I'm standing there with my Game Boy, and then I look over and see this Game Gear, which is like blazing in like full color, and Sonic's playing and stuff, and I'm just like, dude, that sucks,
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about this actually before, because I remember like the whole thing was like, again, the Game Gear just obliterated the Game Boy, but the Game Boy was the one that won, like hands down.
Yeah.
Like, for every Game Gear that was sold, Nintendo was selling like 27 Game Boys, if not more.
You know what else it obliterated?
What?
Batteries.
Yes. The Game Gear went through batteries like nobody's business.
I actually had like the wall charger where if you're sitting at home playing it, I would just plug it into the wall and play it that way, because man, that thing just destroyed. It was like 6 AA's you had to put in there, and it just ruined batteries. It's crazy.
I mean, the Game Boy wasn't fantastic. The normal one was fine, but I remember they did the slim Game Boy Pocket, and that only took 2 AA's, which already didn't bode well, but they went for those so bad. But like the
Oh.
screen on the Game Boys was so bad. They were basically the screens you had on like calculators
Oh,
almost. And like I remember like we were talking about this with Dave, I think, on one of your streams, when we said like the top accessory for a Game Boy was this little clip-on that had a magnifying glass and a torch so that
yes.
you could see the screen better. Like, you know,
I remember that thing.
a really crappy torch, which actually give you a lot of screen glare. And, and that was like, oh, this makes the whole viewing experience better.
Honestly, the best Game Boy accessory was actually for the Super Nintendo. So you could play the Super Boy or whatever. You could put your games on your Super Nintendo and play it on there. That way you could actually see your games. And I think you could select like the color scheme a little bit too. Like they didn't go in full color, but it was better.
Yeah, I think that came out with Pokemon Stadium, didn't it?
Did it?
That was the whole thing, that you took your Pokemon from your Pokemon Red or Blue or Yellow and put them on Pokemon Stadium and battled them.
Dude, kids today will never know the pain that we endured.
I know Space Time's gone quiet. He's a little bit younger than us, so he hasn't felt this pain.
How young do you think I am?
Well, you said that your mum took you to go see Phantom Menace, so...
Okay, I guess I don't know how old you are then.
Well, I think I'm about like the same age as Greg, maybe like...
So, I'm 34, so
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm a boomer.
Boomer. Okay.
You're not a boomer, are you? 36?
Yeah, I was born right after the war.
That's the thing. People don't know what a boomer actually is.
Yeah, people call anybody that's over like 25 a boomer at this point, I think.
What's really weird is that what is officially a millennial is not what you think a millennial is. It's weird.
Yeah, I think what is the years for millennial? Is it like 1980 something to 2000, isn't it, or beyond that?
I think it was 1978 to like 1996.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't realize it was that far back.
Yeah, so it's kind of like we're millennials.
Who even comes up with this crap anyway? You know?
I don't know. But then like there's also Gen X and all that kind of stuff. It's weird.
1981.
1981 is it?
Okay.
Okay. To 1994 apparently.
Okay.
I think it's mostly like social scientists who try to study generations when it's almost like a futile task because a new generation's like born every day.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, you know, they say a generation spans anything other than like 2 or 3 years is balmy. Do you know what I mean? Because like there are people who were born like at the tail end of the 90s who have nothing in common with their childhood to those who were born at the start of the 90s. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you really. I think that the millennial numbers are just way too far off. Like someone that's born in 1981 and someone that's born in 1986 are two very completely different people.
Right. There was so much growth in terms of technology and stuff back then. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I feel privileged that we were kind of like the last generation that sort of, you know, used to go around their friend's house and knock on the door and say, "Can someone come out to play?" and stuff, as opposed to just texting them or, you know, DMing them or whatever, you know?
Yeah, it was kind of cool being a part of like seeing everything kind of blow up the way that it did. I don't think you have that these days. It's like, okay, so you went from the iPhone 7 to the iPhone 12. Wow. Right. Yeah. Like we went from like I was talking about downloading songs on dial-up that took 20 minutes. Now you press a button on your phone and it's downloaded. Like I
remember when mobile phones became more common. Like when we started getting the Nokia 3310, everyone started getting Nokia phones. Like, and it was like a big thing in school. Like now, it's just like you said, it's just a number change almost. You know, just a software upgrade.
Yeah. Same for video games. Like I remember, you know, when you went from like, you know, Sega Genesis or whatever to like Nintendo 64, you're like, whoa, this is amazing. And now it's like PlayStation 4 to 5. It's like, okay, I guess it got a little better maybe.
Yeah, it's true.
You don't really notice it. Like I feel like that curve kind of starts flattening out after a while, you know.
I got an extra piece and I don't know where it goes.
It's just an extra. Put it in the pile. Unless it looks important.
I went there, which I think I've already done. It kind of looks important. You guys, you talk amongst yourselves whilst I panic a little bit.
Oh, no worries. So let's look at the chat here. The final chat message is the chat is very asleep. I think they're just enjoying the conversation, I think.
Yeah.
Jack says PS4 but better lighting. Wait, I'm confused. So Jack is actually Sam. Is that right?
No, I don't think so.
I think he said that earlier. He said, I'm Sam. But I don't know. I'd be confused.
He's not the son we know.
He isn't, because I thought he said he was.
No.
He must be an imposter.
Sam
Maybe-
is our Sam is currently at a pottery class doing his best Patrick Swayze.
Wow, this guy is up to a lot of stuff, isn't he? He's out for breakfast this morning. He's doing a pottery class. I wish I had an exciting life.
Maybe it's on that one.
Sheesh.
I can't
Oh yeah,
remember.
Chris, I agree with this. Chris says VR was the next step for tech for me, dude. I got an Oculus Quest, and it is kind of unreal. Like going into that world is amazing. I'm sure you played Beat Saber at this point. There's a ping pong game or table tennis game that's supposed to be really good called 11 Table Tennis. You should try.
What's that one there?
Do you find your Oculus disorienting at all after spending too much time on it?
No, it kind of hurts my forehead a little bit. I don't know if it's just the way it's positioned on there, but it's like, I don't know. Then you like when you're done with it, you got a ring around your face basically. But it's really crazy, like being engaged that way in video gaming.
Yeah.
I definitely see a future in that.
And does it use like some sort of joystick to do like translational movements? Like,
Yeah, you have the Quest on your face, right? Like just what you picture a VR thing being, and then you've got these two like things in your hands that kind of feel like Wii nunchucks remotes.
Okay.
It's sort of like that with buttons on them, and your hands move, and it's just it's so fluid and like realistic. It's wild. It's really cool.
because I know I live in Idaho now, and there's some VR arcades that have been popping up in Boise.
Mm.
So I've been meaning to check those out as we start to reopen things.
I think that experience would be really cool because I think they can do a lot more with better technology. Like the Quest is a standalone unit, which is nice because you're not plugged into a computer. There's no wires. Like you could walk outside and play it if you want to.
Okay.
But I like that freedom.
Yeah.
But there's a couple standout games. There's a game called Super Hot, which is like it's almost like you're in the Matrix where if you move, your enemies move, but they're like trying to shoot you and kill you, and you got to like counter their moves. It's kind of interesting.
Okay.
How did they never do a decent Matrix video game? That thing was crying out for a video game.
They had
And
a couple for PlayStation 2, I think, and maybe GameCube.
Yeah. Do you remember the one they did a tie-in with the second and third movies, Enter the Matrix, and it was so boring?
Was it?
Yeah.
Kragle,
And
have
it
you ever
was-
done anything in the world of VR? Have you ever tried VR at all?
I tried at our local video game store when it was like coming out. They would, or I think it was like a month before they come out. They did the one with Star Wars.
Okay.
Like you could try it on, and it's you do like the lightsaber training.
Oh yeah.
You stood in front of the Millennium Falcon, and you have to like deflect laser bolts or something.
Yeah, there's one called Vader Immortal, I think, is one that's really popular on Oculus Store.
I think that is fine. I got 2 spare though. Should I really have 2 spare? For this. I only have 1 spare.
There's one game that I want to try out that's like, I guess will
Yeah,
actually get you into shape. It's called Thrill of the Fight. It's like a $10 game, but you're like actually boxing and training in it, and it can apparently like really wear you down.
I remember some arcade games like that. Do you remember one where there was like a light gun game, but you had to actually it had a sensor, and you actually had to like duck and dive to like it would pick up like to dodge incoming fire. So rather than like release your foot pedal, you would actually sort of duck down.
Oh, that's cool. I've
It
seen
was
the ones
exhausting.
like Time Crisis where you're just standing there with a gun, but I didn't know you had to like move around with some of those.
It was just like Time Crisis, but instead of like hitting the foot pedal, you had to actually duck down and sort of
Oh, that's
dive
cool.
stuff. I have a set of binoculars which I haven't even used in this bag.
Dude, that's something that I miss from back in the day is like the arcade games where you could actually like get in the car or get on the motorcycle and like ride around and
Yeah.
stuff. That was amazing. And now it's like, I guess you have VR where you can do that, but
I remember like the ones where you used to get in the light gun ones, but they're like inside a little booth. You just get them from the sides.
Mhm.
They wouldn't have to be like open on the sides and stuff like that. I remember this massive walk-in one that was like the space. Like you were on the side of a spaceship and you had like these turrets and you had to go into space battle. It was phenomenal. I
Very
remember the
immersive.
graphics looking like something out of a movie. They probably look terrible, but my memory of them is what matters. Oh, okay, that's from that.
yeah, the memory is a little, it can be deceiving. Like we were talking about how great the Dreamcast was and Tony Hawk and stuff. I imagine if you looked at that now, you'd be like, oh, wow, that's bad.
Have you
know what?
played your copy of Tony Hawk's the remake yet?
It's in my game backlog. I still haven't touched
Oh
it.
man.
It's a
By the
great,
way,
I know it's great though.
we have got bag 4 here. I will say we're going to go to 3.5 hours. We're at 3:14 now. Do I open bag 4?
Yes.
Yeah, get it started. You don't have to finish it. No, there are no rules here.
I'm quite excited because this one has the Daredevil minifigure.
How many bags are there total?
There's at least 16, but like there's 3 bag 4s here, so
You're making good progress on this then. You're going to be done with this in probably like, what, 12 hours maybe? 15 hours?
probably, yeah. I don't
That's not
think I'm pretty sure I'm not going to complete this today.
No, I would stream the whole thing. Do mobile parts.
Yeah. I'm kind of working the rest of the week though, so it might be a bit difficult. But who knows?
Oh yeah. What? Oh, you want to get it done though, I guess too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can stream in the evening. I'm going to be popping on to Space Time. Brickster is stream tonight at 9 p.m. UK time. What
Never
time is
heard of
that? US Space Time?
2 p.m. Mountain and 4 p.m. Eastern.
You hear that? He lives in a crazy place with mountain time.
He lives. You said Idaho, right?
Yeah.
That's a beautiful state.
And I grew up in Pennsylvania.
Did you?
Yeah. So every time I, check out your videos, it's like get a little bit homesick.
What part of Pennsylvania? You don't have to say the city.
Southwestern.
Okay.
Somerset County.
You were down by Pittsburgh and stuff then, that
Yep.
area. Cool.
Pittsburgh.
And I did my undergrad in state college at Penn State.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Whenever I hear someone say Pittsburgh, I think of the real Ghostbusters because they always used to fret that if they couldn't get rid of the ghosts in Manhattan, they're like, "That's it, I'm moving to Pittsburgh," and someone would go, "Pittsburgh." There's Daredevil. Focus me. Mrs. Kragle's on focus duty.
Nice.
Look at that. I wish they'd give him some leg printing. Like, I guess it wouldn't be that detailed, but just like his boot line or something,
How dare they?
It kind of looks a bit unfinished. It's crazy, though, because as soon as they did this top piece on his head for Black Panther, everyone was like, "Oh, they do that in red. They got Daredevil." But obviously, Lego don't want to do very violent characters, even though they do Darth Vader, who is a wife beater and child murderer. But they finally done a Daredevil minifigure. I'm pretty hyped because I love Daredevil. He's one of my favorite Marvel characters.
Very cool. Yeah, the minifigs from this they're just popping. It's crazy. I want to get the set, but it's like, man, where are we going to put that thing once I have it built? I think it'd be a cool experience, like building it and streaming it and stuff. But then it's the aftermath.
Right. I don't know where I'm going to put this. I will say that earlier on, I don't know if you were here, I did say the minifigures are one of the best things about this set.
Yeah.
But they're also one of the complaints I have, and it's stuff like this. This is supposed to be Gwen Stacy, but to me, it's just a female, generic female character. She's using the Tooth Domino's torso, which we got in Inside and other stuff. Her face is Hermione, and the hair is the right color, but Gwen Stacy traditionally has a bob with like a headband or one side of her hair shaven. So
you do make a good point. I mean, while it does have a lot of minifigs, a lot of them are just copies from other sets that people probably already have that are super fans as it is.
Right.
And if you're just going to make a giant building that's, basically a skyscraper, why not just go all in on those minifigs,
Exactly. Yeah. That's the one thing I would have liked to have seen. A Gwen Stacy that actually looks like Gwen Stacy would have been nice, but also just some of the characters are missing on here. I was talking earlier that they have all the Spiderverse characters that they have existing minifigures for, apart from Spider-Man Noir. So you have Spider-Ham, they have Spider-Gwen, Miles Morales, but no Spider-Man Noir. That's annoying. But then also they kind of tease us because on the screens and newspapers and stuff, on the stickers and printed pieces, they have William Fisk, Kingpin. They have Morbius, the vampire. They have They have Scarlet Spider, who they have a minifigure for, but he's not in this set. He's just on the screen,
No. Yeah, I'm kind of in a spot for like $300, which is what that costs here in the US. I'm between that and like Ninjago City Gardens, and I just think I'd like the Gardens better, probably.
Yeah, I mean that's my backlog, so.
You already have it, yeah. I mean, I love Ninjago City, and the docks holds a special place in my heart. So I just feel like for that price, I think I would like that better. But again, maybe you don't have to choose either or. But man, it's quite a commitment to that set right there.
this character. I know that all the characters in this set are named, and they're named after like even minor comic book characters, but this is just a generic messenger person. You know, it's kind of cool, but
Yeah.
you know. But yeah, there are some cool minifigures in this, and it's great to have characters like Blade, Daredevil, and Punisher, which I think a lot of people would just resign to the fact that we probably weren't going to get them, and now we have. So fantastic.
I wonder has anyone checked the prices on Bricklink to see what some of those are going for, like the Punisher, for example, or Daredevil.
I don't think they're listed yet because the set doesn't come out till tomorrow.
Because that's where you have to really decide, like, if you really want those exclusive minifigs, how much are they going to cost in relation to how much the set costs? And then you got to balance that out a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason why I decided to actually pull the trigger and get this straight away, because I was like, well, it's going to be popular. Even with, like, the flaws we have of it, it's still a great set. It's, you know, it's going to be popular. And the UCS R2D2 has been on back order since the day one. So I don't want to, like, say, oh, I'll get it later and then have to wait months and months and months, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think is he ordered his UCS after D2 on day one, and he still hasn't had it dispatched yet. So
right, yeah, it's I've learned in this last year since quarantine with Lego that if you want something, don't wait, just go get it.
Yeah, definitely.
I did that with the Chinese or the Lantern Festival set, and I didn't think I was going to ever get it again, and luckily it came back in stock for a day, and I was able to snag it.
I was thinking that with okay.
That's my favorite Chinese New Year set to date is the Lantern Festival.
It's pretty cool, but like day one, I was like, I'll get that sometime, and then I was like, oh, this thing's never coming back, is it?
There you go. There's the little reference to Morbius, the vampire.
Is that a print or a sticker?
That's a sticker.
That's a fine application you did there. That's like a 10 out of 10.
Well, that is Mrs. Kragle. That's her.
Okay, I should have known.
Generally on stream, she does the sticker application. Especially normally with smaller stickers because my fingers are too big.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big fatty, as you told everyone on your stream.
Hey, I was talking about your beard. I don't know how I got framed into this. I hope you know that. I wasn't making fun of anything.
No, that's we're no longer friends, Greg. That's why I didn't invite you.
My biggest concern, like when you mentioned that earlier, I was like, I hope he knows I was kidding. I said to Miss Brooktech, I'm like, do you think he realized that I was talking about his beard? She's like, yeah, he was joking around. I'm like, I hope so.
Oh, come on, you know me by now.
I'm not shaming anybody.
That's not how I took it.
Say what?
I wouldn't do that, Kragle.
No, I was just saying that's not how I took it, but
okay. Really?
Well, you thought he was serious, did you?
Yes.
Really?
No, just for the sake of comedy, yes.
So can I just get on record here now? Are you still going to talk to me now that I've finally introduced you to Greg?
I think I can still tolerate your friendship for a while longer.
Wow.
That's literally the only reason why he's been talking to me, is he wants to talk to you about Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, we should do a Pennsylvania stream. Well, I'm going to do this thing where I have people call in to my channel when I'm live streaming, and just like talk for a bit, almost like a radio show type thing. So You're welcome to come in and talk or whatever if you want to. Okay. You don't have to commit to 3 hours like with Kragle, but if you want to come in and just say hi, and like hey, I'm working on a thing.
Well, funny enough, earlier on, someone said that when I was talking, and because them it was very early, they said it was like Kragle early morning radio show, and I said I should do a radio show, and I should do it in a forest, and we can call it Kragle's Morning Wood. Okay.
See what you did there. You might get an interesting group of people into that stream.
I'm upset that you didn't find the jokes funny yesterday on your
stream. Those jokes were Space Time. What do you think about those jokes from yesterday?
Some of them were okay, but some of them were just bad.
A lot of those jokes depend on the delivery. It's like how you say them. So having them just read out from text doesn't always work.
You were trying to find a nice way of saying Mrs. Bricktech can't read jokes properly.
Well, she couldn't read my one properly because she got that the Q was for question, but then when I put A for the answer, she read it as A Pat rather than Pat.
She's listening right now, so she's going to probably run down here and defend herself.
That's fine. You know, I only like her for her looks, not for her personality.
Wow. Oh, she's gonna destroy you now
Well, I can hope.
sexually. Just kidding. Sorry, Mrs. Kragle. I won't make jokes like that anymore.
She's laughing.
See, I have some respect, unlike
So-
other people here.
That's quite funny though. The fact that you weren't sure that I was in on the joke. 'Cause,
Well, the
like,
way I assumed you were last night, but like when you were talking about today, I'm like, I wonder if you really thought that I was talking about his weight. I was talking about your beard. I don't know.
no, it's fine.
I don't even remember what it was now. I need to go back and get the clip or something.
I can't remember. I think the chat ran with it more than you. I think David had a few drinks as well, so like he was. taking it
Dave.
for the thing on there, and they kind of like, I don't know. It was funny though.
Drinking Dave is hilarious, Dave. I came up with a new thing last night that I thought was kind of fun. Anytime anyone asks me a favorite question going forward, I'm making up a completely ridiculous answer to it.
Yeah, I was doing favorite questions earlier on as a joke, find them back at the chat, and no one answered. So if anyone asks me any favorite questions in the future, I'm going to say, hey, you didn't answer my favorite question, so I'm not answering yours.
Oh wow! I'm just trying to find a fun way to have those questions come in. I don't know if it'll encourage more people to ask favorite questions because they want to see what the answer is going to be, or if it'll just be like, oh, he's never actually going to say it, so I'm just going to not bother anymore.
It was when you said, like, because people kept asking you again this set, you getting this set, and you look, from now on, just assume I'm not getting a set. If I'm getting it, I'll tell you, don't ask me. And then it was followed by about 4 or 5 people saying, are you getting this set? Are you getting this set? Are you getting this set?
People are very concerned about, like, when you live stream, people are very concerned about what sets you're buying. It's very interesting. I don't know why. Maybe they're just trying to see what's to come, you know? I'd be like, have you seen my backlog? I just can't. I
need to do a video on my backlog. I think it would be quite a fun video and also help me to actually realize how much stuff I have to build.
Yes.
The issue is the day I went to do it, I realized I had nowhere to sort of pull it all out to film.
Oh.
So it was like, okay, so I don't have room to do a backlog video.
I'm traumatized from my last backlog video because I recorded about 35 minutes of me pulling sets off, talking about each one, doing all this, and my microphone wasn't on my camera.
Oh yeah, you said
I was so devastated. I went to my computer. I'm like, oh, that was really great. It was like a one take thing, like no editing. I'm just like, I put it on my computer, 0 audio. I was like, I can't do that again. All my sets are like all over the floor. And I just ended up doing a 35-minute voiceover where I sat there and was like, oh, this is where I was talking about pulling this set from Kmart. It sucked. And it was just for patrons only. So it like wasn't a huge deal, but I was just devastated, you know?
Yeah.
Some things like it's one thing when you're like, you can just redo it. You know, you're like, oh, I'll just reshoot that. But when you do something that long and you've done like, there's no way you can replicate it, you know?
I mean, when I had to redo my recent arcade update video, that's why probably why it took longer to do is because I shot it all.
Yeah.
And I shot it on Mrs. Kragle's new phone, and I noticed it had this zoom feature on there that made getting really close without me having to like dismantle part of the wall. And I was like, is this a digital zoom or an optical zoom? Because it looked beautiful on the small, phone display.
Sure.
And Mrs. Kragle, without missing a beat, went, oh, it's optical. And I was like, cool. That means, it's better quality. It's not, just increasing the pixel size or what have you.
Yeah.
So I then put it on my computer. I put it into the Premiere file. I sat down to edit it. And there was one shot that I zoomed in on because I wanted to see like if it was reflecting my face. And I was like, oh, no. And I realized. And so I looked up the specs for her camera. And yeah, it was a digital zoom, so I had to redo the whole thing because
was it all grainy?
It was grainy as honestly, it was so grainy.
Yeah.
So
is it a Samsung phone?
No, it's a Google Pixel. I mean, it has got an optical zoom on there, but the option that you picked is the digital one, if that makes sense.
Oh, I see. I heard
like
the Google Pixel 6 is coming out this year, and the cameras are supposed to be like mind blowing, supposedly.
I know, just as I've upgraded now to the Google Pixel 5.
Yeah, they're like, that's how it always works. Like you get something like the next day that's like, hey, the next greatest thing's here, and you're like, shoot.
They did that with the iPod. Because I remember I got an iPod and I had to wait a bit longer to save up to my friends. And I got the click wheel because it used to have the 4 buttons at the top.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've got the click wheel. And then literally a month later, they announced the iPhone Photo, which you could put look at photos on there.
Mm-hmm.
And he got that then. And then about a month after that, they announced the iPod Video. in sponsorship with you too, and I was like, oh, for crying out loud, you're never going to be up to date now. It's not going to happen. Like, you know, they're always going to release something else. So
Yeah. Just get something that you like and stick with it.
yeah. I think I'm doing the wall that breaks apart. Look at this.
That thing's really coming together, man.
It's been a fun build. The only thing I didn't like was when I had to do loads of these stacks here of this like the like 1x2 like stack bricks. It's got a bit repetitive and easy to lose count, especially when you live stream at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should subcontract out to Mrs. Kragle on some of that stuff. Just have her start cranking it out.
You know, one time we were doing a members only stream and I was thirsty, so I said to Jay, "Do you want to take over for a little bit into the build?"
Mm.
And she did the most interesting part of the build.
Oh,
wasn't it?
got it.
So, yeah.
I think, was it? I was doing his eyes. I think it was in Darth Vader.
Something like that. Yeah.
We're gonna take on the Disney Castle one of these days here over the summer. See how that goes.
Oh yeah, I can't believe that you haven't done that yet.
You know, if we're trying to get Roadrunner to pop back out of nowhere, maybe he'll reappear during the Disney Castle build.
He was here earlier.
What?
He wasn't on the panel, but he was in the chat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you tell him we were talking about him last night?
No, I said hi to him and he disappeared. So,
He's like, oh, bye.
yeah, basically. Why is that not going in? Like higher up.
I'll send him a direct message and be like, building the Disney Castle. Put like it's like a carrot on a stick or whatever. He's like, he's gonna come out of his lair and we'll trap him.
I thought that we would have seen him talking about the Mickey sets when they were announced.
Oh yeah.
But no.
Shoot.
That's kind of cool. I'm guessing that pops up then. Like that. It's a bit fiddly to get in, but that's what she said.
Do you have that? Yeah. You need to have that queued up on your thing that you can do on StreamYard.
Do you know, honestly, before the stream started, I said to Mrs. Kragle, I should get the clips that you, Shy, and Justin sent me and have those as clips on here that I can use. But I felt like that might be a bit off because I obviously asked you guys to do it for a specific reason. So to then have it for something else, I wasn't sure if people would.
Oh yeah, that. Coming from the guy who last night when I said I'm going to make a Kragle emote for my members, you said that you want royalties for that.
Yeah. Well, you called me Fat Four.
I Fat Four. I can make that an emote if you want.
Wow. I wasn't sure, like, if, you know, not particularly you or anyone in particular, but I just thought, well, I've asked for this clip for a specific reason. I've told you I'm going to use it. If I then use it for something else, it might be a bit off, you know?
I can't speak for Justin, but I don't think Shy or I would have any issues with that.
Okay, well, that's good enough for the future.
You can use it.
People don't know what I'm talking about. In my latest arcade mock update video, the lovely Greg from Brick Attack, Shy from Shy Time Is My Time, and Justin from Just Too Good all make surprise cameo appearances.
Should we call out the guy who wasn't in it, Ryan of M&R Productions?
Yeah.
Mr. I'm too important to...
And what's funny is he literally did a stream like the day after saying, I reply to all my DMs. He hasn't replied to my DM.
I almost didn't do it. I was like, I feel so dumb doing this. I felt like such an idiot, but I'm like, okay, you convinced me. I messaged you, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it. And I'm glad I did now.
Because that's why I just said to you, like, if you're honestly not feeling it, just don't do it.
I just felt stupid, but, you know, I embarrass myself on a regular on YouTube, so it's like, what's the difference here?
Oh, my God. What the hell? I think this bit has been a bit dodgy.
You could just use the Cody clip that you used before.
Oh, yeah.
From the HelloFresh.
I did think about that, but I like the idea of like having people interrupt me.
We should have Clarkman do one.
I couldn't. I was crying when I watched a Greg's World video at the yard sale, and he picks up the fly swat and goes, "A giant spanker for daddy."
Yes.
I was like, where has he picked this up? What has he been hearing coming out of your room?
He's just a kid. That's what kids think of.
A spanker? Where does he get the idea of spanker from? What has he seen? What has he heard?
You don't want to know.
What do you and Cody get up to?
You don't want to know.
Oh, I do.
You have to join our OnlyFans for that.
Oh, okay. Speaking of OnlyFans,
Mr. Kragle,
if you're a lonely fan, you can find friends at my Cut the Kragle memberships.
I really thought you were going to pitch an OnlyFans right there. I was like, no way. I would join just out of morbid curiosity.
Someone told me they actually found someone on OnlyFans doing questionable stuff with Lego.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I saw that there was this high school principal found one of his students on there, and you have to be like, well, what were you doing on there?
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. Vertex calling me out. Calling you out, actually.
No.
What for?
He said, what for?
I just heard some conversation.
She was listening to the conversation. She's secretly listening.
Hello.
Can you say that's what she said?
But no, you need to.
That's what she said.
You need to get a shower. We're gonna leave.
Oh, I have to go soon.
You have to go soon.
Kragle's stream's almost over here. I think. I'm not trying to push him out, but he said 3.5 hours, I think, and it's.
Wow.
It's got a little bit over that.
Well,
I
this is.
spilled some Lego on the stairs here.
What? We're having fun though.
Yeah, we are.
I think I'm just going to
Daddy,
finish just this bag here. I've not got much more to do on this, so.
Kragle wants to know how you know about spanking. How do you know about that?
Excuse me.
Is it because you get spanked?
Yes.
Here you go. Spanked him.
Ow.
Wow.
Clark, you were supposed to be down here helping me organize all these pieces. This was your job, brother. I'm going through all the studs that I pulled out of here and trying to sort them.
Down here in the Love Daddy.
Oh, it's kind of nightmarish sorting through all these.
Yeah.
Never, if I have any advice for anyone, never make a bin that's just titled "Needs Sorted," because you'll never do that. And the day that you do, you're going to hate your life.
You seem to have the most complicated way of sorting your parts. You seem to sort them to then be in the position that you can then sort them another time.
Well, I guess I was trying to get the easy sort out of the way. Like, okay, I'll get the bricks, the plates, the slopes, and like the really small stuff out of here. And then, there's just like all that other stuff is just like to actually sort that takes a lot of time, because like I have a place for like wheels and there's a place for like hinge pieces, and maybe I do need a new system, but I was just trying to get like the easy stuff out, I guess. But I see what you're saying, because then you have to go back through later and like essentially do it again. I don't know what to do, honestly. I need like somebody to do like a tutorial on like what's the smartest way to sort your Lego pieces. Probably to do it like on demand, where you have something, sort all those pieces and don't let it stack up like this. It's probably a smart thing to do.
Yeah, but what is the smart thing to do is not always what gets done, though, is it?
It's so much easier just to open a drawer and be like, dump it all in. I'll sort that later. We'll get to that.
That's the one thing I feel like if you had a Bricklink store, it would force you to be more organized,
I envy
not
these
saying
guys.
you, I mean, just in general,
Yeah, like when I see Dave's, like all his little drawers with individual pieces like sorted down to the color, I'm just so jealous of that. I wish I had that.
Yeah, I mean, and to some extent, like I would say the contradiction to that is Brickstar, because on the one hand, his Bricklink store looks super organized, but then he's always finding sets that he forgot he bought, or there's a part of the room that he hasn't been in 8 years, and he finds a pile of sealed base plates or something,
I think the most impressive thing about the dude is how he lives in like what I'm assuming to be a pretty normal house, and how he has massive collections of Lego, Thomas, trains, comic books, baseball cards. How is this dude storing all this stuff is what I want to know.
He's living the dream.
I think he may not actually live inside his house. I'm pretty sure that he...
Well, the thing is, he got rid of his kids. Well, got rid of one of them.
Oh, yeah. You get rid of the kids and you fill their bedrooms up with Thomas and friends.
I love when he does videos with, with David McGiants. I love them, like, when seeing them, how much they enjoy the same stuff. It's like, it's almost, I feel like Jabbo cloned himself.
Oh, they look so similar too, don't they? Like, they look... It's... I love him and his sons. Like, it does feel like they vibe so well together, and I hope that when Clark's that age, like we still have a relationship like that, because you see a lot of kids that kind of just like they don't want anything to do with their parents at some point, and obviously Brickstar isn't that type of guy,
Yeah, he's too cool to be ignored.
I think so.
I think he might just have a 2-story basement.
Yes. You go into his basement and he has stairs that goes down to basement level 2, or maybe he has an elevator. I don't know. He's up to some crazy stuff.
3rd floor, menswear.
But
that would be a funny.
I want to get Bricks on the stream with us one day.
Yeah, he's a busy dude though. We need to like get him to retire somehow.
I know, but they got him on Cali Brick Click, so
yeah.
we,
If
I
there's
feel like we can
if
do
there's
it.
one person that I wish could do like Lego full time or like have a Lego museum, it would be him. Like it would be so amazing.
Yeah.
But he's like he actually has a real job that pays real money and has real benefits, so I can see why he doesn't do that.
Yep.
I just love his daily videos. He just talks about what's on his mind, and it's like you always learn something that's like, how does he have so much knowledge of this product? It's incredible.
Yeah, it's so simple. Like he just goes on, turns the camera on, and it feels like you're just hanging out with the dude for 15 minutes. I love it.
Yeah, I love his videos.
And then when he said he does all his editing on his phone, it's like it just blows my mind.
Yeah, I don't get how that's even possible. Witchcraft.
I think it's easy if you're really good at making videos and you don't mess up all the time. I could never. I'd like it takes me 60 times to say welcome back. You know, it's like I just can't. But if you're just gonna do like a one taker and maybe cut off the beginning of the part where you walk away from the camera after hitting record and then do your thing and then walk back to the camera, you could probably pull it off.
Yeah, I don't know. I just the stuff like I do events and stuff. I just don't like doing most things on a small device.
Yeah.
I got big fat fingers or something, like. Grrr.
Yeah, I can.
And I guess also because like I did film in university and in the industry, I kind of like maybe have a more, I don't know what the right word is, but in terms of editing, like my perspective of editing is sitting down with an editing software and doing that as opposed to doing it on the fly on the phone. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I mean, if you can do it, fantastic. I wish I could almost break through that barrier that I have with it.
And I need two monitors anyway, because it's like I have one monitor just dedicated to the timeline, and
yeah,
you guys are fancy.
I would love
luckily on YouTube, I feel like the expectations aren't too high. As long as like people can hear you and see you, that's probably okay enough. But in some cases, it really does stand out when you put the effort or expertise into editing a really nice video up.
It's really should. Like my own, I guess, OCD or whatever, because I think I told you before, I did a video because I go in and make sure the sound levels are all like not over peaking and stuff like that, and I put little audio resolvers on cuts to make the sound flow better. And I was like, this is taking a lot of time. What would happen if I didn't do it? And I didn't do it actually for 2 videos. I thought it was one, but I went back and there were 2 videos I didn't do it on, and I noticed it. But I've not had a single comment saying, "Oh man, the audio was terrible," on this. It hasn't done worse with views or anything like that.
No. Nope.
So that should tell me that it's okay not to be that anal about it, or going in and doing all the levels. But honestly, I can't bring myself not to do that.
Yeah, I'm like always spending time like trying to find like, ooh, what's a good microphone? Could I get a better camera? Like, what's the best phone that I could film with when I'm out and about? And I've never had someone be like, man, the quality of this video really sucked.
Yeah.
And like I'll go back and watch videos from years ago. I'm like, wow, this still holds up really well. Like I don't need to spend all this time and thought process into being like, ooh, could I get like one little fraction of a percent better at this? It just seems silly. I think I think it all comes down to, are you putting out something that people really enjoy? And you could like if you're talented enough, like there's some people on this platform that could film with a potato. They could film with gin blade setup, and people would still watch it willingly.
And that's a hurdle I'm just finally getting across, is the toolbox paradox, because it's like, I'll start doing this when I get that, and it's like I finally filmed a vlog entirely on my phone, and I'm like, okay, it wasn't that bad.
No, man. Like I've had decent cameras and cell phone footage that I've integrated into the same video, and it's like you can't even tell the difference in most cases. So it's like, who cares? Just do whatever's easiest for you and most convenient and makes you happy, and don't spend a pile of money trying to make something 5% better.
I've been mostly for like about over a year now. I've been mostly shooting on my phone, whereas before I was always shooting on my DSLR, and it's just out of convenience. But no one's like said like, oh, the old videos look better or anything like that, or like what happened to the quality is a massive dip.
The phone, like the autofocus is so quick, like when you move from things, especially if you're doing like a lot of moving around and stuff, it's just the quality's great.
And I finally I just bought a Canon mirrorless, and it's finally has that fast autofocus that you're talking about that your phone has.
Yeah,
because before it's like when I was shooting with my DSLR, it's just like Are we ever going to find focus?
Did you have a Canon before this, or?
Yeah. So my day job is photography. So
Oh.
I actually own multiple Canons, and I actually just bought the R5.
Okay. Yeah, I had the 80D, and then I went to the M50 for the slightly smaller form factor. But yeah, the focus on it is just like it takes days. Then I switched over to Sony to try that out, and that was fast. But the phone, like especially when like my style, when I'm out and about and vlogging in public and stuff, you just don't want anything that's going to draw attention to you. And I find like the phone to be the thing that you can have your phone out and you just look like anybody else that's out there, you know?
Yep.
Especially when you're going to like yard sales, you don't want to walk up with any kind of camera and like freak people out. You have your phone out, nobody says anything.
Yeah.
That being said, if you're in your studio doing something, I mean, I guess you could go all out on whatever. You know?
Yeah, and that's kind of the mindset I'm taking. Is like vlogs and stuff is going to be with the phone, and all my in studio work's going to be with the all the updates that I've been making to it over the past month.
Yeah. I'm very excited to see what you produce with our studio session.
Okay, shoot, I gotta go, guys. We're gonna be leaving in like 15 minutes.
Bye, Kragle.
Bye, Clarkman.
Thanks for having us on. It was really great talking to you guys.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Specifically space time, even better than talking to Kragle. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I joke.
Well, it was nice to meet you.
I love you too, Greg.
Yeah, don't forget to leave Kragle's membership now since we had a chance to talk.
I'm about to delete all the project files for our collaboration.
Yes.
Oh my word.
Don't do that. All right, guys, we have fun. Kragle, great job on the build. It looks fantastic. I can't wait to see it.
Thanks, man.
That looks awesome.
All right, there you have it. You got the Clark seal of approval. All right, see you guys.
Later.
Yeah.
Okay, we're nearing the end of this bag, so we shouldn't be going for too much longer. I want to thank everyone who has joined us and stuck with us, and those who have sadly passed on.
Yeah, and this will be the last time I'm appearing on this channel. Our friendship is over.
Is my invite for tonight being rescinded now?
Quite possibly.
Oh man. I'll tell you what though, that McDonald's earlier hit the spot. I'm not even a fan of McDonald's really, apart from like the breakfast, but as a cheeky midstream meal, that was good. Ooh, we're putting the William Fisk tile, aka Kingpin. Is that focused up here or?
I think it's focused on here.
Yeah, that's okay, I think.
Yeah.
Fine. We got some stickers. Well, these are tiny ones, 1x2 stickers.
1x2 stickers.
Yeah. No, you can do that.
Oh god.
I'll have a quick look at the chat because I feel like we've missed the chat a little bit. So we still have some people here. Andy, hello. We have Liam Simon. We have Darth Gajira, Christopher Mustafa. Hello. And someone called Mrs. Kragle. So Darker says, I have built all the Star Wars helmets and have one question. Where the heck is my Clone Trooper helmet, right? I don't know if you've seen it, Christopher, but I have done a video last year called the top 10 LEGO Star Wars helmet sets we need next. And 2 of them have been produced since, but there's a couple on there that I think you will like, a couple of choices. So yeah, so we're going to be finishing this bag off, and I think we're going to call it a day. I would like to continue this on a live stream, but I'm not sure when that's going to be because my schedule at work, my day job, is quite full up this week. But let us know if you've enjoyed the stream so far, and if you'd like me to continue building this on a live stream. I mean, I guess I could build some of it tonight, maybe on your stream, even though your stream is more mock one.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm not going to kick you out because I basically make it a mock one when I don't have anything to build because I don't have a backlog. Because
you don't have a backlog.
No, because Lego doesn't go unbuilt in this house for long.
Wow,
it's like I buy it, I build it.
I used to be like that.
There's a Batwing to build.
I know. I got the Batwing day one. I still haven't built the Batwing yet.
Nope.
The Batwing, Ecto 1 are all on the list to be purchased.
The Batmobile didn't last long at all. I built that pretty much as soon as I got it. Same with the
Yeah.
Ecto one, Diagon Alley.
Yeah, the '89 Batmobiles, I will say, is my favorite Lego set.
It's definitely one of my favorite. I have a hard time saying what is definitively my favorite. I normally say the Firehouse because I'm such a Ghostbusters fan. I enjoyed that building that so much. It was kind of like one of the first modular-esque buildings I built.
Okay.
But yeah, I would say it's definitely in the top 3.
I'm hoping they do a re-release of the Firehouse with the new film, but I don't know how likely that is.
I don't know.
I didn't re-release Millennium Falcon every so often as well, so.
Yeah, it's a bit more.
Or even like Destined Bounty. I mean, Destined Bounty's has been.
Yeah, but
it's not building. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also there's new content with that, and I don't think the new film is going to the Firehouse. So from what I've seen,
yeah, I was thinking more of like a legacy.
Yeah, it would be cool if they did do some legacy sets. I haven't heard anything since like last year, like the start of the year. I heard from like a few different people that there was going to be 4 or 5 Ghostbuster sets coming in 2020 for the new film, and they said some of those were going to be based, like, you know, on not just on Ghostbusters Afterlife, but either Ghostbusters 1 or 2.
Okay.
Obviously, we got the Ecto 1, which is based on Afterlife. But they did say they got delayed because of the movie and because of COVID and everything. So I don't know. But I haven't heard anything since. And I've talked to other people and no one else has seemed to heard anything since. But a couple of people said they heard similar rumors, but they didn't know like the source of them. So it could just be like, you know, someone spreading something. I don't know. I'm hopeful that we will get some more Ghostbusters tie-in stuff. I feel like Playmobil are definitely going to produce something. I know Playmobil don't have an exclusive license for the simple fact that we got the Ghostbuster, Venkman and Slimer brickheads during the same time that they were doing the Ghostbusters 2 stuff.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's... I'm hoping that we get some more Ghostbusters stuff. I love Ghostbusters and I love Legos, so... I remember going into the Lego store and seeing the DeLorean when it was like quite new, and there was a staff member there, one of the only staff members in any Lego store who's been rude to me. And I was just thinking out loud and said, "Oh, I would love that they did Ghostbusters Lego." And he sort of scoffed and was like, "That will never happen. Why would they do that?" And I was like, "Well, they've done Back to the Future." And like, yeah, because Back to the Future is big and it's got an anniversary, something like that. I was like, they could do so much with Ghostbusters. They could even do like a Ghostbusters Lego video game. And he was like, no, that's never going to happen. Well, we kind of got Lego Ghostbusters video game with Dimensions, so... And we've definitely had a few Ghostbusters Lego sets now. Funny enough, I don't even remember seeing him after that one time. I don't know whether he was a temp or something, but yeah.
You know normally when they're temps because they don't even know. They keep asking, do you need any help? And like, no,
I
we'll
know
help you.
I know more than you.
Yep.
Okay, what number?
So this is number 20.
Okay, and this is a clear one.
Oh no, I hate clear stickers. That was one of the biggest disappointments with the UCS Creator Expert Ecto 1 was the fact that the Ecto 1 license plate was a clear back sticker rather than a printed tile.
Ooh.
Yeah. That was upsetting. It looks good when it's all together, but yeah, I wish they printed that.
Ooh, look at that.
Nice. There we go.
Down one.
Expert application by Mrs. Kragle.
Yeah, the tip with those ones is use a brick separator so you don't get your fingerprints under them.
Yeah, that's one of the worst things about clear back stickers is the bubbles they have as well.
Who's that?
I don't know. Someone on Discord.
That was me replying to Mr. B.
Oh, okay.
Oh, strange. It sounded like it came from your one.
Yeah, I thought it was on my one then.
I feel like I'm just going to have to go through every time zone that everyone's participating in.
Yeah, you got a few people from different time zones on your stream.
Yeah.
Okay, this goes like that. Does this sit on there? No. That must connect. Oh, I see. It connects to those.
Mm.
So you put it on, and that one hasn't connected, does it? Why is that one not connected? It's passing over it. Huh? That is weird.
You can go down.
Ah!
Shoot.
It's like passing over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that on now?
I think so.
There we go. Cool. Okay, now we gotta make a flower pot thing. Fun.
Oh, video alarm.
Space Time's gone really quiet now. I think it's hitting him now how early he got up.
Yeah. I'm actually really concentrating on trying to put this accessory in someone's hand.
Oh, okay. I'm excited.
Because this program is not the best for rotations.
Oh dear. So once I've done this, I'll show off quickly the minifigures that we've got so far. I'm never sure which part to put these on when they. I don't think it really matters that much, but oh, that alarm's gone off.
Oh, pain in the backside.
Oh, I got two of these. Okay.
Oh wow, we're gonna hit the 4-hour mark.
Oh wow! I'll be fast. I blame Space Time. He took too long to eat his McDonald's. Oh, they got stickers on them.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, you weren't here.
Oh.
I'll let you go back and put the stickers on whilst I'm wrapping up the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to take a nap before my stream. Because we're, 5 hours away?
Wow, yeah. Been going for a long time on this stream. Okay. That goes there.
But Mrs. Kragle, I saw you hit a benchmark on Instagram.
Yeah, I did. 200 followers.
Wow.
204.
Oh, wow.
Why do I have...
Yeah, you shouldn't have those spare.
I have some spare bits I shouldn't have spare.
Do you mean to flip over? No.
Yeah, also, I just realised I put that on there. I didn't put it in the pot. Anyway, you go. Mrs. Kragle's going to do some tying up. I'm going to have a little... I don't know. I'm knocking over the microphone and my camera. I can't speak.
Oh, you also not the
Roller coaster.
roller coaster.
It's fine. Oh, there's a little bit of stretch. Hello. Hey, Evan's back. Hello, hello, hello. So, yeah, we are going to be wrapping up very, very soon. Thank you to everyone who has joined us. I hope you all had a good time. Thank you to everyone on the panel who has been here. Space Time's been here from the very beginning. We've also been joined by Flash Gordon, a.k.a. Sam Jones. And, of course, Greg from Brickatect with a little voice cameo from Clarkman and also Mrs. Brickatect. Mrs. Brickatect. And I'm really enjoying this build so far. Whilst Mrs. Krako's having a look at that, I'll show off a couple of my favourite minifigures that we've got. So there's the Punisher there. First official LEGO Punisher. I love the fact they've given him proper guns as well. LEGO have these pieces, but they shy away from using them. But yeah. And also the Daredevil. I do wish they could have given him either dual modded legs or just some bit of printing and just think the legs look a bit plain, but otherwise he's pretty badass. Not entirely in focus though. We also have Carnage, which I believe is the same Carnage minifigure that's been in a bunch of sets, but he's got some really cool accessories. We've got everyone's favorite superheroine, Aunt May. And the rather generic Gwen Stacy. I don't mean Gwen Stacy's generic. I mean this version of her is generic. It doesn't look anything like Gwen Stacy.
I thought that's a Lego designer.
Yeah, exactly. This is somebody. I can't really bother looking at the box, but yeah. And then this is somebody else. I can't go look in the box. But yeah. So far, I would say Punisher and Daredevil are definitely the highlights for me. But I kind of guessed that going into it. Punisher just looks perfect. I don't think I could really ask for a better minifigure. Daredevil was also really great. I just wish he had some leg printing, just for like his boots or something. So, I'm going to say goodbye now. Do you want to say goodbye, Mrs. Kragle?
Bye.
Space Time, do you have any final words you want to give to our audience?
It's been a pleasure to join you all on this journey. And do we want to tell people where to see you later today?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Later today on my channel, Spacetime Brick Studio, we're going to be doing a mock live stream. Kragle might be doing some more Daily Bugle building, but that's at 2 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. British summertime.
Excellent. Cool. Hope to see you all there. And also, I will be scheduling a live stream to finish off the rest of the Daily Bugle. So keep an eye out for that. I'll do a community post once I know when I'm going to be streaming that. And hopefully we'll have some more special guests. And until next time, I will leave you on this final message from our sponsors.
It's all my fault. I drove Spider-Man away. Spider-Man was a hero. I just couldn't see it. He was a thief! A criminal! He stole my suit! He's a menace to the entire city! I want that wall-crawling arachnid prosecuted! I want him strung up by his web! I want Spider